Testing, testing. You guys are going to start.
I'd like to open the January 26th, Thursday, January 26th work session. I shall we have a full quorum or only missing continuing Ryan at this time. First, consider the agenda. Do you have any changes?
Yes. I need to remove presentation from Central Carolina Regional Council on the Rural Transformation Grant. You've already taken that off, Austin. Okay. I need to add an item of discussion, which would be number 9, and that would be discuss and consider waiving 3 bid requirement per the village's purchase policy and enter agreement with McConnell Grading, Inc. to install 160 feet of sidewalk, 2 picnic pads, and an ADA handicap ramp, try to say that fast 3 times, at the Marvin Gardens Pocket Park. I need to add closed session. I have 3 of them. I'm sorry, I have 4 of them. Pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A 1, 3, 5, and 6. That will be review of closed session minutes, consult with the attorney, instruct the public body staff concerning the position to be taken in negotiating a price at 062310001A owned by CH Nesbitt LLC for a purchase option exchange release and personnel. And then I need to also add it after our closed session, open session, add, discuss and consider reimbursement of $2,275 to Brio Live for damages as a result of the Marvin Day 2022 stage collapse. Yes, you may. And that's it. They're all on there though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any changes, any additions? All right. I'll need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next up, we have presentation by auditors fiscal year 21-22 audit highlights.
Do you have your iBooks? I do.
Yes.
I read it. Front to back.
All right, can you guys hear me? You ready for me to go?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you for having me remote. My name is Lee Grissom from S. Preston Douglas and Associates. I'm the partner in charge of this audit. I think it's our 4th year auditing Village of Marvin. I was told I only have 2 minutes to get this presentation out of the way, as you guys are busy, I think, today. But first off, we issued the audit December 22nd, 2022. The LGC approved the audit January 3rd, so here recently. We issued a clean, unmodified audit opinion on the fiscal year, so that's our highest level of assurance, basically saying you can rely on these financial statements in our professional opinion. Overall, the financial trends, which I think you should have some graphs with you to accompany this presentation, over the last 8 years have been very strong. And so it does signal, good trends, good leadership at the village. The village did a great job preparing for the audit. I think the outsourcing arrangement worked well. We only had 1 audit entry that we made related to, I think it was an ARPA unearned revenue entry we made. But other than that, the books were in really good shape, very clean from our standpoint. We noted no budget issues. So overall, everything was in good shape. We didn't have any disagreements with management. There were no new accounting policies noted. We did not work with another auditor during this engagement. There was 1 internal control finding. So there's 2 audit opinions in the report, the traditional financial statement audit opinion, and then the internal control audit opinion, referred to as Yellow Book, where we're required to look at the design and implementation of internal controls. And every year, I think for the last 3 fiscal years, or probably the last 4 fiscal years, you guys have had the segregation of duties finding. Just due to the small size of the village, the internal controls are limited. Therefore, you can't separate the duties. You don't have enough staff to separate the duties ideally. So that's kind of been a finding that has been in the report each year. Those pages are the findings are in the compliance section on page 45 to 49. If you just want to note that. A couple of notable items: total assets 15.5 million, total liabilities 1.3 million, total net position 14.2, and there was an increase of overall net position of 1.2 million for the fiscal year. A couple of notes before we get to the numbers, and then I'll open it up for questions. Just to point out that the financial statements, particularly governmental financials, have a lot of estimates in there. So it's not really, if you're looking at the balance sheet, there's several items that are up. I mean, there's estimates that are made. They're kind of sensitive depending on what decision you make. One of them would be pension liabilities. The pension liabilities are actuarially determined. Therefore, based on what the actuaries come up with, the pension liabilities in the balance sheet could be materially different from the actual. Depreciation expense would be another one. Depending on what useful life you use for particular assets can materially change the balance sheet. Just to kind of point out it's not inexact, but the main thing you want to do is to be consistent and make sure that you're consistently applying it and it's logical, which we feel comfortable with that here. So let's go. One other thing, the ARPA money was most municipalities in North Carolina have received the ARPA money this year. That was 538,000. 435 of the 538,000 was spent. The unspent portion was the one journal entry that I noted. The unspent portion was 103,000. So that's showing as cash and then unearned revenue at June 30th, 2022 on the balance sheet. So that was our one journal entry. If there's no questions, let's go to the graphs. Does everybody have access to the graphs that I sent you?
Lee, one point of correction, or clarification, just so council is aware. You did report 528,000 in COVID funding from last fiscal year. We do have the second tranche that was given in this fiscal year, so you'll see that kind of repeat itself next year. So it still equates to the 1.76 million, but it's been split into different fiscal years.
1.076.
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry, 1.076.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Are you guys ready are you ready for the graphs now?
Yep.
Okay, I'm on the first one, analysis of fund balance, governmental funds. So what we have here is 8 fiscal years of information. And on this particular graph, you'll see a decrease in 2022 of about 1.2 million. That was a budgeted decrease of expenditures in your, basically, I think your Village Hall project, capital project fund on page 42 of the financial statements. So really 2021, if you look at that number, at the fund balance was 4.1. That's really just timing of when that loan came in that fiscal year, and there wasn't expenditures to match those loan proceeds. So really 2021 is kind of an outlier. So you can see that, again, that decrease was due to the Village Hall project expenditures in the 2022 fiscal year.
So real quick, just so they're aware, he's talking about the entire fund balance, not the unassigned fund balance, just so you're aware.
That's correct. And on the next one, this one touches on the unassigned fund balance. And this metric, this is number of months in reserve general fund by fiscal year. And this one's, you guys are in really good shape here. I was looking at the LGC's numbers. You can see at the bottom, there's a percentage, and then there's number of months in reserve. So you're over 12 months in reserve, and the percentage equates to 103% percentage The LGC has a slightly different calculation where you guys actually scored 173% on their calculation, which was almost triple what the average of municipalities the size of you guys. So that's really, really strong. Their minimum percentage is 34%. And again, the average is 63%. And based on the LGC's calculation, you guys scored 173%. But based on the traditional formula, which is unassigned fund balance over general fund expenditures, you guys are at 103.04%. Again, 12 months in reserve. That's the highest you've been in 8 fiscal years. And just to note, the general fund added for this fiscal year $438,000 to fund balance. So it was a good year from that standpoint.
Lee, real quick, you mentioned 63% being the average of like municipalities with our same size and population services. Is that accurate?
I think it's I think they use population for that metric. They started
Okay.
doing that in 2021, or a year ago. They started providing this information.
That was one of the questions you all had at the retreat, if you recall. You wanted to know what other places like us had the average at. So we're at 103. It looks like the average is 63. So we're well within that range.
Right, and the LGC has a slightly different percentage where they calculate the Powell bill funding a little bit differently, which when you use that slightly different or that different calculation, you're even better off relative to your peers. All right, let's go to the next one. This is total cash all funds by fiscal year. Again, similar to the other graph, you can see 2021 was an outlier. Where you didn't have the expenditures in the project fund to match the money that had come in. So you had a note that came in 2021 of $1.2 million. It was a 15-year note at 2.3%. And then the expenditures knocked the cash down in 2022. So you're now at just over $3 million. So that's the second highest cash balance you've had in 8 years. So it's still a pretty good spot to be in. All right, let's go to page 4. This is long-term debt by fiscal year. Again, I noted in 2021 in the last slide, the last graph, you had $1.2 million of debt issued in 2021, and then there's a scheduled payment of $78,000 that was made in 2022. So that note's over 15 years. So I think you're scheduled to pay about $78,000 to $77,000 each fiscal year for 15 years. So you'll see that all else being equal, you'll see that to begin to decrease each year. Is there any questions about any of that? I think I've probably spent close to 10 minutes. I think I was supposed to open up to at least 5 minutes of questions if you guys have them.
No, I just want to make a clarification real quick on page 3, just so they're aware. When you talk about total cash, all funds, that decrease that happened in 22 from year 20, because we're taking 21 as an outlier, that decrease that we're seeing there is associated with the Village Hall expenses that we had cash on hand at the time in 2020, but not in 21. So essentially 2020 is kind of an outlier as well, in my opinion. Would you concur with that?
Yes.
Because we had almost $1 million in 2020. I think it was like 800,000. So we're not seeing that reflective in 2022 because it's no longer there.
I
So
think
just
that's
wanted to-
right.
just-
I think that's right. I'd have to go back and look at 20 again. I only looked at 22 and 21 before today, but I think that's right.
Yeah, I just want to point that out because if you look at 19 to 22, we're still immensely higher from there. And we did have roughly $1 million at the time in 19.
Right.
It's fine. You don't have to look at it. I just wanted to point it out.
Okay. And again, from our standpoint, I mean, everything was very clean. I mean, as far as, I mean, a lot of smaller municipalities, I mean, sometimes we have 20 journal entries. So, one journal entry, I mean, even though you guys have smaller staff, I think it works as far as with the outsourcing arrangement. The books are very clean when it gets to us. So we're very appreciative of that as well.
Anybody have any questions? Good job, Jill. Thank you, Lee.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Can you come up?
Next time you come, we'll have a microphone for you that will work. You can walk around with it. I know, I know, we keep hearing it too, so I'll believe it when I see it.
Makes us a lot.
Baker.
So people can come and see when they're on the list.
What's the difference in these two papers?
Big sheet is just, that's the, like the worksheet, if you wanted to play with it to.
Oh, okay. But they both have the same, but they both have the same information on them?
Have similar information.
Okay.
The smaller one's got the payment ratings on it. The big sheets are what's wrong from.
Got it. Okay.
You probably find ignoring the big sheet. That makes sense. This is one that we would play with for the geo bonds, like the
Okay.
interactive. It's got a little bit more information, but the smaller sheets are what y'all are focused on, the numbers and the ratings.
Okay.
Okay, so these are just, like I say, you've seen these before. I've just sort of went through them and tweaked them a little bit. The smaller sheet, that's the Village of Marvin plan, that's got the 4 years, with all the different roads. So now we're showing a recommendation for all the roads. And I sort of went by when the road was taken over by the village. So the newer roads will be shown in later years, like 2029. And then the older roads are in 2023. So like that first year, you've got some fog seals for like Weddington Chase. And if I remember correctly, that was about a 2018 resurfacing project. So, you got about 5 years of age there on that first year of roads. I know one of the questions was Elmhurst Lane. I changed the rating on it to 100. That was just a data entry error that we made in the field. And I also broke up Tom Short Road. It was, we usually don't like to have short segments, but those segments were sort of distinctly different. So I did break those up so the ratings will make a little bit more sense. So the DOT side, or the most eastern side, rated 88. And then the Marvin section, there's like 800 of a mile that Marvin has on their system, rated it just below a 72. And then the western part there at the cul-de-sac past the gatehouse was a 57.
So that whole roundabout is ours, like the whole circle.
No,
No.
Okay.
not my understanding. Your section is sort of in between the roundabouts. Like before
From the gatehouse up towards Tullamore.
From the gatehouse back east towards,
Yeah, towards Ray Road.
yes.
Got it. Okay. Okay, got it.
So in his projections here, you see Tom Short listed in state roads.
Yeah, so then we have Tom Short on the village, there's Tom Short in the state road. I think it's maybe on the very
Yeah, I see it.
And then there's one in the private roads.
Tom Short wouldn't be a private road though.
No. Yeah, I don't know how to show that. It's who's maintaining that last section.
We, let's see. I have to pull up the Powell Bill map real quick. You don't have that with you, do you?
I got a map.
Do you have our Powell Bill map? I can pull it up real fast. It's fine. You go ahead. I'll pull it up.
May not be the.
This'll work.
So, and I think one question was about the like pavement preservation, why are we recommending, putting a treatment on here? But any preservation treatment is going to be more effective when you apply it, when the road's still in good condition. And I think that handout, the marketing material for that particular fog seal chemical, I think the second sheet shows your road life cycle curve. So when you're applying treatments, when the road is still good, you just get better results. It'll last longer. And so that's just one of the products. We had used some in DOT, and that's, if I did a fog seal, that's the product I would probably recommend. It's made in Charlotte, and they ship that out of Charleston all over the world, basically. I think they use it a lot on airport runways and parking lots, and but that little marketing gives you a little bit of information about it. But it basically just seals the road, it penetrates the road, and helps rejuvenate it from, the sun oxidizing it over time.
And helps with like cracks from expanding?
It'll help seal small cracks. It'll help seal cracks and help water from penetrating the road, which is always a good thing.
So I think this section that you've got listed on the private roads for Tom Short, that's the end of the section of the roundabout that's on DOT. Is that correct? It's $25,000. So regardless of whose it is, we need to account for it in one of those. Just,
Well, and Christina, the second one on the Village of Marvin roadway says Tom Short roundabout. Oh yeah, okay, never mind. Roundabout to roundabout. Why are we crack seal / fog sealing that one and fog sealing everything else?
Yeah, that one has some transverse cracking. So that's the crack that runs from the edge of the road to the edge of the road. So there's a 1/4 inch gap that runs across the road. So you would crack seal that before you fog seal it.
Okay,
The other roads didn't really have that transverse crack.
okay. And Christina, I know we've talked about the fog seal, and I mean, I'm like, but I get it. We should maintain, but do we have this in the budget for 23? Because I know I have been being like, we don't need to do this right now.
the fog seal or the
Yeah,
crack seal or
the
both?
fog, yeah. Anything that's on 23 on this one, do we have it, do we have it in the budget to do it in 23?
I mean, yes, we can find some funding. We get Powell Bill monies this year. If we're not spending it, we're just putting it into a fund to spend until we do use it. So I can't tell you exactly how much on the spot right now today that we've got in that account, but Jill can work some magic and we can present that if you all are interested in doing fog seal.
I mean, it looks like it's going to be 149,203 for 2023, which that seems like that's right around our Powell Bill number.
Yeah, and that's the instructions that we had given AMT is to keep it every other year, roughly around what we're getting. So we're building a little bit and spending a little bit more in certain years. We can definitely look into that. We're in a little bit of a situation, which you'll get a report in a couple of minutes in the manager's report, where we don't have an all-inclusive contract right now today. So we can't even pull the trigger today if we wanted to. So we'll have to come back at a different work session, report those numbers. If y'all want to take action in this year, we can do that and we can find what money we've got available to expend that.
Okay, is this something that we would try to partner with DOT to do, like when they're out doing work, or is this just us going out and doing it? Okay,
And typically we would probably, it's probably best to do it like in the fall. When the humidity drops a little bit, it'll just set up and cure faster because you have to control the traffic and keep it off.
Can I ask a technical question? So what is your criteria for crack seal versus fog seal? I mean, like when you graduate to having to do a crack seal, is there like a minimum size in the crack or what's the?
Yeah, I mean, generally, when you're rating the road, the crack that goes across the road called a transverse crack, if it's like a quarter of an inch, it'll be rated like light. You get up to a half inch, it goes to moderate, 3/4 of an inch, it'll be severe. So any of those, an eighth to a quarter, you could probably get some material in to justify crack seals.
Okay, so anything lighter than that, the fog seal should take care of it.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Can you just real quick I mean, I'm sure they know, but just for anyone listening at home, explain what the purpose of the fog seal is?
The fog seal is just a preventative maintenance treatment. It's like, if you're just gonna paint your house, preferably you would want to paint it before it like was cracking and peeling and you wouldn't have to spray it. Have to do too much prep. So the fog seal just, again, it seals the road. It's made to penetrate, into the top surface and just keep it flexible and keep it from getting brittle. And then when the loads go over it, it can still, flex some and not crack as bad.
But the overall intent is to keep the moisture from getting underneath the roads.
Yes.
Yes.
Rain, because whether we get rain and get freezing temperatures, that's basically.
Yes, I'm correct. That was when I said Marvin.
Yeah, but so,
And then, see, out of the red is DOT. This is the DOT map.
so this is Marvin.
But from here, like, all that's more than 800ths of a mile, like 800ths.
This section that you're talking about right here, from the state road to Briar Patch, Kindling Wood, this.
Philip, how long does fog seal typically last?
was Mike?
Well, then ask it.
This is the section right here.
I'm not giving her any more.
Yeah, that section is this part of the loop. And
I mean,
past the.
That's
gatehouse.
DOT. Yeah, that's DOT.
Chatting with.
I know,
And I'll explain that.
not rude like me. That's fine.
They say 3 to 5 years. It really depends on the traffic. The more traffic you have, the less life.
Okay.
So subdivision roads generally, 2 to 4 or 5 years is probably a good estimate.
So refresh my memory. And I live in Firethorn. We used to have to be charged every time we said our neighborhood. They did work there and I walk the streets all the time and it seems like they just did work there, but I'm seeing lots of cracks.
Yeah, that's just, it's weather related, hot, cold, the pavement's always moving. That's pretty normal.
Okay. And believe it or not, and my wife actually asked the question, which I was really surprised that she was paying attention to the road, but there was gashes and stuff. She goes, what would cause that? And I said, it could be anything from, I guess, a contractor, I would guess.
Usually the thinner the mix, the more cracking you're gonna see sooner. So that's just,
He was talking about gashes in the road and stuff like that that were
right.
in different places, so.
Yeah, there could be cracks from other causes too, I guess.
Okay.
So I think we've determined here in the side conversation that section of Tom Short that's listed in the private road section needs to come out. Is DOT. There was some question years ago that there was an assumption that we had a certain portion of that roundabout. And when we went back and looked at notes and records from back when all that conversation was going on, it did look like the intent of the council at the time, and this is 10, 20 years ago, was to accept that portion of the roundabout from DOT to the village, but it was never properly done to the state. So it was never actually finished and completed. So for whatever reason, the section of the The section of the roundabout that we assume was ours.
So it's not.
It's not.
It's the
Yes.
state,
Yes.
the Tullamore roundabout.
Is that accurate? I think that is. Where's your
Because that roundabout's
It's your-
terrible.
If you remember, we had a conversation, I want to say probably 3 or 4 years ago, where Marvin Creek was asking us to do something about that. And after we did the research, we determined that it was DOT. And we came back and asked if you were interested in ponying up some money. I don't remember what was said at the time, but it was determined that DOTs had the access to that road. So our section, I'm gonna pass this around, or I'll just walk around and show you. This is our section right here.
Your Powell bill list shows Tom Short for,
Receded
800 some mile.
The gate.
And that picture is
before the gate.
Oh, before, okay, that's the. bridge.
depicting 800s, where it would approximately be.
And just to confirm, the DOT's on board, right? They agree aesthetics. They
Like the end of the station.
agree aesthetics. It's control.
But now the DOT GIS map, they don't show it being theirs.
They don't?
No, the map doesn't show it.
The GIS map doesn't show that. State.
Now, the map could be wrong, but
Okay, what does the map say? Who does the map?
that's why I showed it as private, because DOT wasn't showing it.
It was DOT or ours
And Marvin just had 800s, and that wasn't enough to like cover.
to get it done. Okay. Okay. God, I've learned so much about roads in the past 5 years.
Let's see if I can find that.
We're gonna hire you as the roads are.
I still,
I don't think I'm that good yet, but
Are you talking?
I might be at the
about
end of my 8 years.
GIS maps do not show that, all that time short or that section time short.
Yeah, that westernmost section, it doesn't show.
Okay.
It's all fun and games. Okay. All right. So do we all like the fog seal plan? I kind of feel like we're all standing here like kind of looking at it. Okay. Before we have to mill and fill. Look at all my words I know now.
So just in your, so what is the difference? Just to put this out there to the public, so the public is aware, what is the difference in cost between not doing the fog seal and milling and repaving versus doing a fog seal treatment and keeping the roads maintained ahead of time?
I think that, I'm trying to go by memory here, but like you can click in the sales and it'll show you what the square yardage cost is on your small sheet. But the fog seal's like $2.40 a square yard. You know, an overlay is gonna be, you're gonna be up in the $7, $8 range. And then if you gotta mill it, you know, maybe another $1 or $2. So you're talking two something compared to, you know, 8 or 9.
So so if we fog seal, okay, so we have gotten the road to 100. It's like perfect.
Right.
And we're gonna fog seal it. And you said that we were gonna fog seal it every 4 to 5 years. Yes.
You can.
Okay. I mean, but is that what you were
What's the
recommending?
recommended rate?
Like, how often should you fog seal?
Yeah, I mean, 5 years would be a good,
Okay. So if we fog sealed every 5 years on a brand new 100 rated road, if we fog seal it, how long will it take us to then have to mill it and fill it? Versus if we don't
right.
fog seal it, how long does it save the road before we have to mill it and fill it?
Right.
Just rough. I mean, I don't need, I'm not gonna hold you to these, but I want something rough. Because that's basically what you're asking.
Yeah, because, you know, if we're saying the road's gonna last us 30 years, say, just for instance, you know, keeping it fog sealed every 5 years. So we've spent, you know, that money,
Fraction.
right? Or the road only lasts 10 years if we don't fog seal it, or does it last 20 years if we don't fog seal it? I mean, that's kind of the
That's-
trade-off. How
That's what I want to
you
know.
know, how much are we, of a value are we getting by preserving it versus just repaving it?
Yeah, I got you. I can tell you that before I retired from DOT, you know, we got resurfacing dollars every year, and we hardly ever had enough to get to subdivisions. So they were always left to the side. And so we had like miles of subdivision that, to my knowledge, nothing had ever been done to them, other than just maybe a pothole here and there, you know, just a maintenance crew going to do something. So I had like all these subdivision roads that were literally 30 to 40 years old. Nothing had ever been done to them. You know, and then you go out there and you're like, well, how do I fix it? And so some of them, we ended up like milling the asphalt off and repaving the whole thing. Some of them, we reclaimed it. You know, we ground the whole pavement base up and repaved it. There were some that looked like maybe had a chip seal at some point in time. They were in a little better shape. You know, we probably did some full depth patching and overlaid those. So all different kinds of treatments. You know, if those roads had been fog sealed every 5 years, you know, I would say the non-curb and gutter roads could have probably just been overlaid. You know, the curb and gutter roads, you know, again, you put the thin treatment on it, you're going to get cracking. So, you know, probably the safest bet is to mill and fill. You know, the difference is just, to me, it's just, you know, aesthetically, how long do you want to live with a road that's cracked up? You know, you start getting public complaints. You know, you can make them last maybe until you have funding or, you know, until you wish to do something with it. So, you know, it's just, it could be variable just depending on your situation. You know, for DOT, we was making them go 40 years and not doing anything to them. But, you know, in your case, I think you would save some money. Because they're subdivision roads, they're lower traffic roads, they're gonna last longer. You know, if it's like the DOT roads I was over, you know, they had more problems than oxidation. Something else was gonna kill those roads before they got oxidized. So doing a fog seal on them, to me, didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Let me just summarize what I think you said. Given the prescription options for the treatment, all of that is determined by the substrate of what's underneath the road, which is all triggered by the weatherization, the moisture that comes underneath the road. So if you talk about full depth reclamation versus profile mill versus fog seal, patching, crack sealing, slurry seal, whatever you want to call it, all of that is determined by how the base underneath the road is over the years. Is that correct?
It is.
So the preventative maintenance, i.e. the fog seal, helps to secure that bottom substrate. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's gonna help protect the bottom.
So I'm just kind of doing math in my head here, just, so what you're saying is that if we, at the current cost of $2 and changed for the fog seal versus the 8 for the milling and filling, right? So we do it every 5 years. So over a 20-year period, we've spent that $8, okay, to maintain this road for 20 years. What, at that point, we would start saving if the road lasted longer. But if not, we're coming out even. So is it your opinion that, right, well, aesthetics, but I'm just doing bare math here now. So is that road going to last us more than 20 years to the point where we start saving money in 20 years? Or are we going to just break even and it's just going to look better during those 20 years?
I mean, my opinion, I think you would end up saving some money.
Do you think we can get 30 years out of the road and it still be in decent shape? Is that?
I think you could.
Okay, because then we're at another $2, so we're at 10, and then we throw at that point $10 per square into it at the 30-year mark. So, I mean, it's definitely gonna keep it. It's gonna keep it looking better, and it's gonna keep it from getting as many potholes and that. But just roughly, I don't see we're really saving a whole lot of money. I think we're just saving face over that period, because I don't see the road lasting that much longer for like a substantial cost savings. That's just what I'm seeing, but that,
Well, I mean, even if it saves it for like a year or two, then, it's pushed it out a little
a
bit.
little bit. I'm not seeing like a
I don't know if it's gonna
huge
go
cost
from
savings. I see it
20 years to 30 years. It may go from 20 years to 23, 24, 25, but
Yeah.
okay, all right.
All right.
You see my subdivision. There's sections of my subdivision that we fog seal it, it probably lasts 40 to 50 years because there's no traffic there. There's no buses, there's very few trucks. Amazon basically the only thing that we get there.
Right.
But then there's other sections you would. I don't think you can look overall. I think you can look at sections like where I am, like a cul-de-sac and stuff that's dead end. Nobody comes in there except the people. It'll last a long time.
So Wayne, what you're saying is that maybe we should look at maybe picking which roads we want to,
I think
or do you?
I like the fog seal, but there's some of them that's going to last longer by doing that than.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm wondering if like maybe some of these more heavily traveled roads, do we do it more often, the fog seal to prolong the life of the road, or do we do it less and just repave more to keep the road in good shape?
I think it's gonna depend on when they go back out in 3 years, 4 years and do another pavement study. I mean, because what did we do the last one, 19?
Yeah.
So 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's no one right answer. You could do different options and be fine. If you wanted to fog seal, if you want to take the collector roads out and fog seal all the cul-de-sacs, that's another way to look at it. Thinking, well, I'm going to have to mill and fill this collector road sooner than a cul-de-sac. I mean, that's one line of thought. I don't know that any of those are wrong. It's just whatever dollars, where you want to spend it.
The Marvin Creek or the Fountain is, and we're talking about who owns that. By living there, I can tell you that is deteriorated quicker than all the roads. Because, people driving too fast to it and they got potholes in the middle of it, which they've been fixed and they still have problems with it. So I think things like that are definitely going to fall apart quicker.
Okay. Well, I just wonder if we, kind of analyze these things, separately. I like cul-de-sacs get the fog seal treatment because it's going to make them last 50 years. But some of these more heavily traveled roads, I just wonder if it's, if we can get 20 years out of them, then why fog seal them? We're going to have to repave them anyway. So, taking that money and just putting it into that, and it's just we'll have to look at this stuff a little bit deeper, I think, as far as money goes, and try to pick and choose how our maintenance plan is applied.
I just think it's gonna look goofy if you fog seal a cul-de-sac and then you don't do the collector road, connector road, or the main roads, or part of it is aesthetics.
Well, yeah, I
I
mean,
mean,
That's when the general public tends to complain.
Yeah.
I think that this is the next time that we take this and look at this, that we bring this up in the part of the discussion that we had and said, all right, this is what they are now. And try to figure it out, because it's hard to look in the future without having the future as past, so
Right.
that you know what you're really looking at.
I mean, we're so new in the road business and it's difficult to see what our patterns are going to be,
Yeah.
what contributing factors to the degradation of the pavement is going to be, because there's all kinds of different unknowns.
I mean, yes, I totally agree with that. And I think until we have all of the roads in our system, it's going to be hard for us to try to be like, think about it, like you said, like pattern wise. But once we have all the roads in, it's going to be a lot easier to then just, we're fog seal, mill, fill, mill, But I mean, I'm good with doing this fog seal plan for this fiscal year. And then I think the other thing we're looking at is the road system, the state maintained road system, at what the ratings are and what it's going to cost to get these up to snuff, which would, it looks like all of them, if I'm not incorrect, Philip, it's gonna be 2.5 million? Is that right? But it looks like we can, is that factoring in the yellow roads that are gonna be done this year?
Yeah, that counts all as, I'm not sure, but DOT has it letting today, for roads in Union County. But when I checked their proposal, these roads weren't on there, so,
They weren't?
I'm not totally sure if they made the cut or not.
No, Sugar Bridges. Okay, so if they made the cut, because it looks like Royster Run is like 130,000. Like, it looks like some of these are pretty, is it Grigg that's, oh no. Bonds Grove is 277, okay. But I mean, we could knock a couple 100,000 off by them doing these roads.
Yes,
Is that right? Okay.
yes.
And that's okay, so let's just take the top one, Waxaw Marvin Road to Laurelwood. It right now is a 22 score. So you're saying in order to get it up to 100, it's gonna cost us 468,000. Okay, so every number that we see that, 66, 70, like whatever your treatment recommendation is, and then the cost, that is to get all of these roads up to 100.
Yes.
Okay.
One thing I'll remind you.
In today's dollars.
Yeah, in today's dollars, that's always key.
One thing I'll remind you too is, as you're discussing potential changes to the fog seal plan and years, we do have a road maintenance and acceptance policy that if you're interested in changing that process, we need to look at that policy and change that policy as well, just so we're following our own policies or either waive it.
What do you mean?
Our road maintenance and acceptance policy does dictate how often we do this fog sealing, or at least y'all's goal to do the fog sealing.
Okay.
I don't have it pulled up in front of me right now today, so I'd have to go back and actually read it, but I know it does dictate what they have done in terms of the scheduling and how much fog sealing they're talking about doing, how often, and that's why it is presented the way that they've done it, is because it follows that plan that y'all have set forth.
Okay, so you're saying if we like the plan that they have laid out, we're good with our policy?
Yes, if not, we need to change our policy.
But you're not talking about bringing in the state maintained roads. Like if we
No.
decide to do a bond and we're like, we're just gonna do it. You're not talking like we need to worry about the policy for that.
Well, it wouldn't,
Because it's not.
that
gonna
would
follow
not, yeah, I was gonna
policy.
say that wouldn't be an approved action under your policy, but that doesn't mean you can't change your policy.
Okay.
So I have a quick question here. Okay, so this section of Waxaw Marvin Road is at a PCS score of 22. With your experience with NCDOT, what do they look at before, I mean, that's a secondary road. It's a very busy secondary road. What would prompt them to get out there and do that maintenance on that road? I mean, as low as that score is, do they have to get to a 0 before they're gonna go repave it, or
No.
what's the likelihood of them getting to that in the next year or two?
It's just all a money thing. Like when 2018, when the DOT's funding, like, bottomed out, they only got, the Vision 10 only got like $5 million worth of resurfacing dollars for their whole 5,000 miles of roads. So, that puts you way behind.
Right.
So I'm sure they have a lot of roads in the, 30s to 60s that are in need that they probably can't get to.
I mean, yeah, I mean, do you think that they would get to a road like this in the next couple of years? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, like, if
No.
they decide to take.
They're
you don't
not.
think-
No. Because it's not literally falling apart.
Well,
I-
it's literally falling apart. I mean, it's
Well-
literally falling apart.
You get enough complaints of that.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, if it's a score of 22, it's pretty bad.
I don't,
Sounds bad, don't it?
well, okay, so here's my question. So the first one is Waxaw Marvin Road at a PCS score of 22. If you go down to about 3/4 of the way through, you've got the same road, Waxaw Marvin Road, Laurelwood Lane, roundabout 1301, different width, with a PCS score of 93.4.
Right.
So what is that?
It's the section of road when they resurfaced Waxaw Marvin Road that they skipped. That's so bad. And that was because they resurfaced Waxaw Marvin Road 4 or 5 years ago.
But it's,
And
but
it
it's,
skipped a section.
but it's beginning and end. Like it's State Road 1301 and has the beginning description, the exact same as the end description. Now the length is 2.0110122
It's probably-
and this length is 1.5574, but I don't understand. I literally don't understand what road you're talking about there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't understand it.
Okay. So the top one is correct. Not that one, obviously.
Yeah, the lengths are different. I'll have to check the length on that one, but
Okay.
that could be a repeat there somehow.
Okay, because I mean, there's no, it's at a 93.4, but there's no fog seal. And there's, no money there.
I mean, it's pretty obvious what section of Waxaw Marvin Road is in bad shape and what's in good shape. I mean, it's that section from in front of the chimneys up to Bonds Grove Church. That section has been falling apart since they skipped it when they repaved because they went.
Oh, this is going from Laurelwood all the way up to the Waxhaw Marvin Road roundabout.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking Bonds Grove to like where Bonds Grove and Waxhaw Marvin turn and it goes down to Laurelwood. That's why I was like, that road's not that bad.
Roundabout the other way.
That one's probably the 93.4
Mhm.
from the split at Bonds Grove going to Laurelwood. Cause that's about no, that's not even a mile. I don't know.
I'll double check that.
Okay.
I mean, it's because that section, by the high school and all that, I mean, it is literally falling.
Yeah, no, that
apart.
one is. I was thinking
Yeah.
after the split going towards Providence Estates.
And
I wasn't even thinking this section up here.
hierarchy of issues, because I have noticed when it rains a significant amount, that gets flooded along right from the chimneys.
Right, and I sent pictures to Christina one day when
I
it
almost
was raining really bad, and she forwarded them on to DOT, but they don't, it's poor, ditch maintenance there. When they did the chimneys, they didn't put a ditch along that front landscaped area, and when it rains heavy, it just floods the road completely. And, I mean, I would think that DOT would have some sort of authority over the ditch system, right? So, but they don't seem to do anything. We have issues all along, all the way down Bonds Grove Church Road as well, with that same type of thing where water is overrunning the road, which is gonna, tear a road apart.
Right.
Not to mention the hydroplaning dangers and other things associated with water on the roadways. So, I know we've documented it. I took pictures, I sent them to Christina, she sent them on, but what they're doing with it, who knows? You know? So we've done all we can do on this end.
Any other questions?
So if you go to private roads, you've got Belgrove and Claridge, which are gonna be not private whenever they turn them over to us. So we shouldn't really have to worry about those two costs.
Right, they will
We
be.
shouldn't, Saddle's never gonna go, well, I shouldn't say never. Currently, Saddle, Pacer, Chestnut are not gonna, they don't wanna be unprivate. Meadowlark doesn't wanna be unprivate. Sedgefield, they're behind a gate, so I wouldn't even look at theirs. And then Rising's behind a gate, and then you've got Robinwood and Dovewood. Those would be, and Huntley. Those are all unpaved. I mean, those are the only ones that I see on this list that I would look at taking in, but those neighborhoods are gonna have to, do something. Yeah. yeah. But those are the only three under the private roads that I see that would be wanting to come in to our road system. Does everybody agree? That we don't have to pay for, like, Belgrove is gonna come in once they're done. So we're looking at 2.5 million. And that's if I don't see Newtown on here. Hold on. Yes, I do. And that's if DOT lets us take over these connector roads. Like the main roads, like Newtown Road. Is Marvin School Road on here?
It is.
Yeah.
It's above
okay.
Millie.
I see it. Yep. So we've got Marvin School Road on there, Marvin Road, Joe Carr, Newtown, and Waxaw Marvin, and Bonds Grove. How far does Bonds Grove go to? Oh, you're taking it all the way to 16.
Yeah, let's see, we don't go past
Mm-mm,
Belgrove, right?
mm-mm.
Well, yes, we do. Because, what is that on the left, just before you get to the church property?
Providence Ridge?
Providence Ridge that connects over, that's Marvin. On the left side, the right side is Waxhaw, the left side is.
Yeah, and they're never gonna let us stop it in the middle of the road. They're gonna make us take it to 16.
16, so and you gotta figure the whole length. I mean, we're talking, what, a tenth of a mile from that subdivision to 16, it's not much.
Not far. I mean, it's a lot of money to do that road, but, okay. All right, so 2.5. Why did I feel like it was a lot more than that, Christina, when we were looking at the bonds number?
You know, we're talking about adding things to it. I mean, if the roads themselves are 2.5, but if you're talking about adding any sidewalks, curb and gutter, and then the roundabout that's at Bonds Grove and Waxhaw Marvin.
Joe Carr.
Joe Carr and Joe Carr.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why it was getting more, but just to do the roads, we're at 2.5.
I mean, that's not, in the scheme of things, that's not really that bad for just all the roads in Marvin.
No, Christine, are we going to talk about this more in the manager's report?
This report, we're going to talk about the all-inclusive contract, which encompasses the fog seal and asphalt repairs. I don't know if we've actually introduced our new engineer. Do you mind if we do that real fast?
Sure. Come on down. Don't be afraid.
We don't bite.
So this is Michael Lopez. He's actually an engineer with AM2 who's been assigned to Marvin. We've been working together for about a month now. He's been really diligent in getting things out and helping Hunter and I out on a lot of stuff. So I don't know if you want to give a quick background on yourself, but he is actually working on a couple of RFPs, which I'll report in manager's report that is associated with this topic. And we can get to that unless y'all want to go ahead and jump to that now while he's here. Is that okay with y'all?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're working on a couple of different things. The all-inclusive contract, I told you guys we would have it back to you out this work session to take some action on it. What we were trying to do is just to go ahead and renew the contract that we have with McConnell and Associates, which basically is our miscellaneous concrete and repairs. They're the group that we call on when we have a storm drain that might have collapsed or a sidewalk that needs repairs. Just various things that will happen out in the community that we need to get reconciled pretty quickly. They're the group that we had bid out about 3 years ago. And we basically looked at our projected needs over the course of the next 5-10 years based off of the studies that they put together. The thing that you're seeing here today, we took that and we also took the curb and gutter assessment that they did back in 2019. And we said, here's our needs for the next 10 years. What can you do in terms of quantities for us? From that RFP, we got back 3 bids. McConnell was the lowest bidder. So we entered a contract with them with the option to renew for a couple of years, in which case we were going to do. However, in the time period that we have been discussing some of the issues that we don't have in our contract, the asphalt, the fog seal, those things are not included in that contract. So we are redoing that RFQ to send out to a couple of other bidders. McConnell hopefully will bid on that project, but it includes a lot more than just the narrow scope that we initially planned. He's working on that right now. We're also working on another one for tree removals. So we're working on 2 different ones parallel to each other, and that will encompass trees that fall over the road or various blockages that we may have. Any comments that you have on that?
That's in review next week.
Did you want to introduce yourself?
I mean, you didn't let him.
Sorry. So I'm Michael Lopez. I live in Harrisburg. Graduated from UNC Charlotte, civil engineering, about 10 years ago. Did about 5 years with the DOT. And I came on with AMT, and I've been doing their City of Charlotte contracts. And as that's coming to an end, with the current one, I stepped in to take over for Mike Walton. And just help y'all out with whatever you need.
Awesome. Welcome. Thank you.
So, yeah, he'll have that RFP back for the trees. We'll get that out and get it submitted to you all in a subsequent meeting. And then the larger one with the fog seal and the asphalt and all that stuff is a lot bigger picture. So it's taking them a little bit longer to get all that stuff done. But we will present that to you all later. We're actually just going to go ahead and RFP it and then bring you back the results and let you decide on which vendor you want to go with. So I say all that to say, we don't currently have a vendor right now that we are under contract with to do the fog seal. Even if we wanted to do it, we could do a one-time agreement with this entity, which is what we're getting ready to do on the ADA stuff in just a little bit. But
So this is not something that we kind of coordinate with in the past with DOT if they're in the area.
I literally not asked that question like 20 minutes ago.
I didn't hear.
it's not.
He was still asleep.
Yeah, I hadn't had enough coffee yet.
DOT, they do fog seal, when they chip seal a road now, they'll put a fog seal over the new chip seal. And the theory there is, the fog seal is supposed to hold more of the chips and keep it from rattling as much. And it makes it just a blacker color that looks more like plant mix. So it's sort of an aesthetic thing, and it's to retain the aggregate. But primarily, that's the only thing they use their fog seals for. So we generally don't try to partner with them on fog seals.
When you say the chip seal, is that the Cape seal that they're doing? Is that the same?
No, just the
DOT.
chip seal is just
Don't do it.
tar and gravel.
How would you?
Okay.
What solution?
I don't have the list right in front of me, and I think that you did not include those in the DOT one because they're doing those now. Is that accurate? Valhalla Farms?
Yes, no, they're included, which is
Yeah.
why I said
Oh, okay.
we could go down another couple $100,000.
I got you. They're the yellow.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But Philip also said that they weren't on the list.
So I don't know if they're gonna do another
Oh
layup.
my God, was nobody listening when he was talking earlier? I mean, we literally just had this conversation too. Christina, listen to this. Valhalla Farms is not on the list currently for DOT, the project that was just let.
Okay.
So whoever you told over there, you have to go back and tell them that they're not on the list. But we need to find out if they're gonna do them or not.
Yeah, I mean, there could be another contract that I haven't seen yet.
Is that something you can check on, or is that something we should check on?
Yeah, I can find.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay, so the reason I was asking if we're gonna talk about this later is, in the manager's report, is do we have bonds on here to talk about today?
We do not.
Okay, so should we put a pin in this until the February work session and then talk about like all of these numbers, and then we can play with this spreadsheet with curb and gutter and sidewalk and all that stuff to see like if we really like what our numbers are really gonna look like, or do we want to do that today? Not right now, but I mean like, because we could do it in the manager's report.
So we can talk about geo bonds in the manager's report. I didn't come prepared to like pull that up and like play with it. So
So
I'd
we'll
ask
do
you to
that.
do
in
that
February.
later.
That's fine.
Okay. But I did want to, if y'all are okay with what's presented to you all for the roadway plan for Marvin, I did want to try to get some action on it. Whether we make some amendments to the years, so we can go ahead and get some information out to the public, or at least have this in place.
I mean, I'm fine with it. I mean, I've been jumping up and down saying, oh, we don't need to do fog seal. Yeah, they're so brand new, but
So for the year 23 that they've got listed from the Marvin plan, do y'all want to push that to 24, or do you want to look at fall of 23?
I would say just do it fall of 23 instead of pushing it another year. I mean, because we're how many years in from them being paved? 5?
So it's time to get them done.
So if y'all are okay with that plan, what we'll do is move forward with our RFP, get that out there so we can award that bid, and then we'll enter a work order with whoever is the lowest bidder on that project for a fog seal for the plans listed here on 23.
It, with whatever you're putting, like the RFQ, P, R, Q, whatever it is are you just putting it out for the, for the next group, or can you look at the plan as a whole through 29 and get a bulk discount?
That's what it'll be,
Okay,
to 29.
okay,
Oh,
Yeah.
through 20.
okay.
Say again?
You're doing it through 29. the contract.
Yes, yeah. It'll be an anticipated needs for the next however many years based on the quantities that they've identified. And then, so that contractor will say, okay, over the next 10 years, we need 400 gallons of fog seal. I'm just making numbers up. This is how much you will charge us per unit.
And to do it, do they do it?
Well,
Will
the
they do
fog
it?
seals, what I've done before was, I just bought the liquid straight from where they make it in Charlotte, and then contract with somebody to put it out. Now we could do it, I'll have to ponder that a little bit, but you could, contract a unit price for somebody to buy it and put it down, or we could buy the liquid separate and just get somebody to put it down.
So what's the RF, whatever that we're putting out? Is that to obtain the material or obtain the labor?
It's the service, just the service. I mean, we can look at 2 different options if y'all are interested in that. I don't know how complicated it would be.
Basically, you can put it out with the regular asphalt distributor. So anybody that's got an asphalt distributor, and traffic control.
But.
Hold on, I didn't hear, what did you say? You said it's the labor. Got it, okay.
Not the buying the material. It would be beginning to end. It would be them buying it, putting it out, making sure it's great, not.
Is it realistic to think we can do this in a contract in 9 years? They have a fluctuation with oil prices and labor prices. I mean, can we go out that far?
So typically what they'll do is a CPI increase, just like we have with Active, is they'll have an increase built in.
Well, I mean, I think it's smart to look at, costs in the future. I mean, I don't see oil prices coming down, which is a direct reflection of what this fog seal is going to cost. So, right now, oil has come back from what it was last year. I think we should really seriously look at obtaining the material sooner than later and then
That's what we're
contract the
thinking, right?
labor at whatever it's going to be as we go down the road, because I just feel like we could see another, oil increase that doubles or triples what we're paying for it right now. I mean, just,
Yeah, but we're not gonna get
We're-
9 years worth of material and hold on to
Well,
it.
we don't have
right
we
now.
don't have like the Federal
Right?
Reserve.
well, maybe not 9 years, but let's, look into the future, at least some.
Oh, no, I agree.
So you correct me if I'm wrong, but his intent in creating the RFP is to say, okay, over the next 10 years, we have identified 16 miles of roads that have to be fog sealed twice in the 10-year period. And I'm just making numbers up. So we have a total of 30 miles within 10 years, 2 miles this year, 3 miles this year, 10 miles next year. What can you do the contract at per mile, or however you're gonna break it down, so that we can see bidder A says $8 a square foot, bidder B says $10 a square foot, or however, linear feet, however we wanna do that. And they would be the ones that, the lowest bidder. Yeah, and then we'd have a renewal, with 2 years preferably, renewal rate on to the contract. So it'd be an initial contract for 2 years, and then we have the option to renew it based off of the increases that they built into the RFP.
For both material and labor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Combined cost?
Yes,
Okay.
correct. Is that correct? Okay.
Oh, no, let's not now. We're done. I don't have a big enough garage for that.
That's what
Okay, so, I mean, I don't think that it's gonna be, I think we're not gonna spend more money doing it that way, like, because like you said, you'll just do a cost of living, whatever,
Yeah, CPI.
and CPI, and then, so if it goes up 5%, then the next year it could be only 1%, and it could, so regardless, we're not gonna end up paying more money with it, like, we'll end up probably saving a little bit.
You would think, and you only have to bid it every 10 years or 5 years, however we want to
And we
do it.
just renew it hopefully every 2
Yeah.
years. Okay.
Is that accurate?
Fall of 23?
When?
Now,
Now?
as soon as Michael has it done?
We've got some deadlines in our calendar
Okay.
that we're working with. I don't know them off the top of my head, but sometime in February, we've got it set to go out.
So we'll have it back to do it in the fall when it's
You
cooler
remember
out.
when we had the RFP come back? I think it was in March. We've got it projected out. I'll pull it up real quick.
Okay. We're good. Final question, Michael. What would you change about DOT? No, I'm just kidding. Put you on the spot.
So Christina, you'll put on the February work session where we can play around with this spreadsheet, the big one?
The geo bonds, yes, I can do
Yeah.
that. Let me make a note real quick.
And then try to really narrow down how much we think we want to spend, and then we can start making a decision if we're going to do the bond or not.
So, yeah, I can definitely do that.
Okay.
The goal for Michael to have the tree RFP debris removal back is February the 1st. And that's assuming that with his workload, in addition to Marvin, he can accomplish that goal. The goal to have the RFP back from him for the asphalt and miscellaneous repairs is February 15th. Assuming all of that takes place, our release date, and also allows me time to review that RFP, make sure that everything that we've discussed and our intentions are jiving correctly, and allows us to have 2-week buffer to make some changes. Also allows that time period if, his workload is just too high, he doesn't get that goal accomplished. We have those 2 weeks in that play. March 1st is a release date for that RFP, and then we have it scheduled to come back on April 3rd.
Plenty of time, April 3rd, make the decision, and then they can plan it out for
Yeah.
October, November. Okay.
And this is not for them, it's for us, for knowledge. Everybody here is familiar with Providence, Ray Road that goes through Piper Glen.
Yeah.
Okay. Several years ago, they had a DOT, Charlotte, and HOA of Piper Glen had a big problem because the lanes next to the median were breaking up. And the DOT told them because the irrigation was running off and in the wintertime and freezing and breaking it up. And they looked for them. I don't know what resolved, but they was looking for Piper Glen to come back and, contribute to the resurfacing of that thing. And I don't know if we have any people here that irrigate the medians, but you do have, if they over irrigate them, they run down in the wintertime, you get freezing. Rain's bad enough, but not to have irrigation all the time.
I mean, that's why we have the drains in our roundabouts so that they don't run off. And you have to get approval for median from DOT to do that kind of stuff. So,
Well,
so either they did it and didn't have permission, or
I just know that it was a big argument over who was going to pay it because it was not within their time period. It was supposed to last. I think best I can remember.
I'm just trying to think of the medians that we have like in Marvin. There's not many. I mean, because you guys wanted to do something. Oh, whenever you guys put the fountain in at the neighborhood that shall not be named, they weren't going to let you do it in case it froze underneath the road, right?
Right, right. So,
I mean, obviously you did it anyway.
yeah, but that's our HOA. But I think what we've done with anything, that's DOT related, that we've gone by under their guidelines. So I don't know how they could come back at us and say we're.
Well,
we
No,
did
that
everything
doesn't
that-
necessarily mean like a neighborhood hasn't put something in.
right, but that's between the neighborhood and DOT, if it's a DOT road. If it's ours, then we need to look at it, but from.
Yeah, if an
anything
action
that
was
we
taken by a
have,
neighborhood, it would be the neighborhood.
Like our roundabouts all have a concrete apron. If there is any runoff whatsoever.
Well, and
it won't-
drains.
Yeah, and
And
it
drains.
wouldn't even get to the asphalt. So that wouldn't be a
Okay.
problem for us.
Understand, I
Okay.
just know that they had they had a lot of problems, getting discussed and how it was resolved. I have no idea.
I don't think they resolved it because that road's terrible. It is. I mean, I was on it yesterday. It was flooded. So,
Yeah,
okay, good.
but general information.
That's good
Yep.
information to have in our back pocket.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it. Thank you so much.
Michael, welcome on board.
Yep.
Good luck.
Christine, are you looking for a motion?
He didn't realize I was serious.
Did you all want to take action on this or do you want to bring it back at a later date?
What's that?
This particular thing and then put it in consent?
I'm sorry?
What do you want?
Do we usually take
Action on
action
this-
on
on this
stuff like
plan.
this or do it at the main meeting?
Do you want us to tell you now?
I mean, preferably so we don't have to add it back onto
Think
another
so.
meeting. It would be a lot easier on staff, but if y'all want us to
Oh,
add it back.
no, it's fine.
Okay.
You want to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve the 2022 through 2029 Village Roadway Plan that we just discussed with AMT in great detail.
Further discussions? All's in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
She voted both ways.
No, I said no, no opposed. Not no.
Couldn't speak.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
All right,
Are you good with that, Christina?
motion passes. Next up, we have presentation consideration of the branding style guide from Sean Turpak and Arnett Muldrow and Associates. Welcome, I think that's you.
Good morning. I'm learning a lot this morning.
Sorry, yeah, it's all the things you,
Now you're a road expert too. How about that?
I mean, from accounting to road maintenance, y'all really know how to mix business and pleasure here to end off with the branding. Well, thank you all for convening this morning, and I'm looking forward to walking you through a lot of the updates that we've had. I'm going to give a brief walkthrough of some of the components of the brand style guide and talk a little bit about that, and then show you a lot of the extensions that we've been working on. And we still have a few minor items on our to-do list that we're going to be wrapping up, but that's going to be an easy wrap up for us. We just really been trying to keep this on task, which we've really been doing good at. I commend myself and Austin and his team for being able to hit all these milestones here as we continue to work through this and start to transition into the wayfinding portion of this. So I am going to go ahead and share my screen here. Well, actually, I'm going to, yeah, do Keynote. Okay, can you see that first slide there?
Yep.
Okay, great. So this is the cover of your brand style guide, and this is basically the rules of the road for the new brand for Village of Marvin. And let's see. Yeah, the interactive little table of contents here. So as you review this PDF, you'll be able to jump through to any section. These will also be broken up into their directory on Dropbox for those that are going to need access to the files. But it just walks through the elements of the brand. We start with the brand narrative, the brand statement that we've read to you in past meetings. So I won't eat up more of your morning with that, but it's included there so the text can be copied and pasted and shared either on social media or on the newsletter elsewhere, just to help tell the story. And the components of the brand, whether we're looking at whether it's just the typeface that we're using, the text treatment, or just the icon or the construct of the icon with the Village of Marvin and the tagline. But there's also a number of variations in configurations here with the North Carolina modifier and without, also in a number of different orientations, so that as this brand is implemented, sometimes you need a more squared version, sometimes you want a smaller, wider version. We wanted to provide some options here so that as you continue to develop how you're going to use this in real world examples, that you have the resources to kind of go back to and pull the orientation that works best, and that there's not just necessarily just one version of it that you can only use. And then some different size treatments of how that looks, whether it's going
Hey,
to be
Sean,
larger. Yes.
are you changing slides? Because we're only seeing the cover still.
Yes, I am. It says paused. Why am I paused? Sorry about that. How about now? Let's see. Are you
There
seeing
you
the
go.
table
There
of
you go.
contents now?
That works.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm trying to walk through this. I didn't realize that it was paused. So here's the table of contents I mentioned, the brand statement, the breakdown of the different elements of the brand itself as far as the logo components. And then as I was talking about the different variations with the North Carolina modifier, with the tagline, without, in various different formations and orientations so that it can be used in different ways as you continue to implement it. And some different sizing considerations, depending on if it's going to be larger and squared off, or it gets kind of smaller and more refined as needs arise. And then clear space, and these are just recommendations about keeping enough room around your identity. Oops, sorry. That's the vet calling. Keeping your identity to clear of other distractions so that we can focus on just the brand itself without a lot of other lettering or imagery and wording around it. Give it its room to breathe. And breaking down the color palette here as well into the CMYK and RGB values. We do know there's a footnote in here that we're no longer recommending Pantone colors.
Hey, Sean,
Yes.
this is probably a little more staff side here. I would
Okay.
like them to focus more on more of the extensions.
Okay. So that goes through the typefaces, and then we get into the extensions. So, interesting one that we got around to was going back to the original Marv the Owl mascot. We had done a number of different ideas, and the conversation kind of circled back around. So we're keeping him in the system and moving him forward with the updated typefaces and color palette of the new brand, but retaining the mascot for Marvin. But really like the way that the typeface plays with that. I feel like there's a similar balance in the line weights in the icon and the typeface there, which I thought was just a nice little touch. and keeping him updating in the Marvin Wise newsletter, being able to change the colors through the seasons and all using variation on the color palette. The trick or treat you all have seen using sort of that icon frame in the background, the typefaces, and your existing artwork that you've been using for that, which I thought was an interesting update. Movie night and the Moonlight movies in the park you've seen, I believe. Here's a couple new ones with the Village of Marvin tree lighting. Updated that based on some recent conversation with our steering committee. The Santa Parade was an old event that we're not sure it's going to continue on, but this was an idea that I learned that after doing this. It was in one of the lists that I'd done some research on, but I liked the idea of the snow globe kind of mimicking the overall logo construct of the Village of Marvin tree. But one of the punch list items that I'm going to be working on is a Breakfast with Santa logo for an event. That is something that they've expressed interest in doing in the future. But so that might live on in the system to be brought back out at a later date, but just wanted to show that.
Hey, Sean, can you pause there
Yes.
really quick?
I can.
Christina, Park Rec and Greenway has a question about the tree lighting. Some people want Christmas, some people want holiday. I'm thinking that we can only say tree lighting. That's what Derek thought, and I don't know that we're allowed to.
Oh, we're allowed.
I would probably steer away from Christmas, but holiday or tree, I think would be preferred.
Well, obviously tree. I mean,
Yeah.
just lighting a tree, but can you say holiday tree lighting?
Yeah, I think you can. I don't see anything wrong with that.
But because we're a government entity, you can't go denominational. Got to go non. Maybe just somebody who's an atheist just wants to go to a tree lighting. All right, so we could say holiday.
Mhm.
Okay, I mean, I like that. I think that looks good, but
Technically a holiday, so
I
don't think
know.
we can get.
I mean,
saying holiday.
no, I don't either. I'm just, the question was asked. We are getting clarification because there was a lot of discussion about it. So, hey, Sean, when you're working on the Santa breakfast, will you work on the tree lighting to say holiday tree lighting or holiday
Yes,
lighting, or just give me
and
another
actually,
option?
I
'Cause I like
started
it.
with the holiday and I couldn't get it to balance out for today's
Okay.
presentation. I was working on that yesterday after
That's fine.
getting to it, but yeah, I'll revisit
Perfect.
that and show those
Thank you.
options.
Thank you.
You are
For the
welcome.
rest of us. Thank you.
So then we've got the friendship tree here. Yeah, this seemed to go over really well with the group. They did want to see a stacked version and a version where the text underneath is now larger. You're not seeing the original, but yeah, just showing what that could look like. And I like the idea of carrying this tree over between some of these and making creating that connectivity within the system as well. And that being said, I will let you all know that on the tree lighting, I did actually start by trying to use the Village of Marvin tree to put the lights on, but it just looked like a weird lollipop after doing that. And so I quickly pivoted over to something different. And then speaking of Marsh, showing a way that the Marsh brand could be subtly modified to bring it into the overall system. This was just sort of an exercise in my own head. It was in our notes to give it a shot to see if they were interested in it. And so this is just kind of there if they choose to use it. And if not, maybe they could even just update the typeface and the color in their, what they're currently using and still create a little bit more connectivity with the village identity, but not really change their identity at all. A new concept for the farmers market, playing off of that weather vane that we see at the Marvin Eford Park and that we're going to see on the Village Hall. I like the idea of bringing the rooster in and creating that weather vane here for the farmers market. And I started with an older version of the National Night Out logo, and I changed the eagle's head to an owl head and put the Village of Marvin there. And, the National Night Out has recently rebranded as NNO with this star in there. And this is another one that I've been asked to revisit. And so I need to do a little bit more playing around with this and trying to figure out something that kind of falls more in line with the National Night Out rebrand and connecting it to Marvin. So that's on my to-do list as well. But I did want to show the concept and where we're looking at heading. And then here is an option that you all haven't seen, which they asked for a sort of a volunteer day identity for an event. And I thought it might be interesting to create a bit of an identity for the volunteers themselves as well. And so I created this sort of interlacing VV for the village volunteer. I almost tried to get really playful with it and go villageers for villager volunteer, but that just didn't sit quite right. But I'm not quite giving up on it yet. That something might kind of fall out of that, but I just thought that was this was an interesting approach to being able to talk about volunteer days, whether that's a litter pickup, whether it's a greenway cleaning, whatever the events might be, or it might even be just to encourage people to volunteer to assist with other events. Just having an identity for that initiative as well. So then we get into some of the others you've seen with Coffee with Council, a couple of variations there. The update on the Parks and Rec and the Greenway to de-broccoli them and add the brown and the bronze and the gold into the tree trunks to create that texture there for the trees and allow the contrast with the greenery in those. And then Marvin Eford Park making the name more prominent, the Marvin component of the name more prominent and with Eford Park so that it reads more as one name and not really trying to create that delineation. Austin made a good point yesterday that a lot of people might not realize there's a park in Marvin, and a lot of people don't realize that Marvin has a park, depending on which way you look at it. Or that the park is part of Marvin. And so making that name more prominent is important to create that connectivity with the community. And then some concepts for the open, the town hall meetings, one version with the open forum, another one just as a header, so these can be put on the announcements. And this is an interesting mix where we're taking the formal identity of the seal and placing it into the more broader community identity of having that sort of that sunrise, that horizon shape there. Enclosed in there, but just to promote the town hall meetings.
Hey, Sean, can you also
Yes.
stack the town hall meeting one?
I can't, absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
And then, you all have seen the seal, but Austin's eagle eye, I think he deserves a little bonus for this. I don't know if he was just zooming in, looking at the detail, but he noticed that the VM monogram on the weather vane was just slightly off center. So I've realigned that and re-output all the seal files as well into the style guide. So good eye, Austin.
Slightly to the left.
It was a little bit. And so then Austin also had a really interesting idea to take the more fall colors of the brand palette and create a fall version of the logo to be used, in the fall season or for different events and such. And I thought this was a really interesting idea. And with that burgundy and the golds, it worked out really well. And we tried a couple of different variations to make sure that we had the right balance. We didn't want it to be too heavy and or too detailed. Again, this is a fairly detailed logo, so just trying to find that balance of light and dark contrast in here. That was part of one of our recent calls where we played around with that balance, and so this is where we landed on that. But I think it works really well, and this is one of those interesting ideas that really paid off. Sometimes it can be difficult to get a good idea to work out, and sometimes they just work first try. And so really like this concept and really happy to include it in the system.
Is the owl still in there?
He is.
I can't see him.
Yeah, he is right there, sort of in that,
Oh,
just to the right
I
of
thought
center.
he was- yeah, okay, got it. Thank you.
So then wanted to create a number of basically treatments for your different boards and councils and departments, so that you all had sort of a consistent face to put on your email signatures, your letterheads, your business cards, things of that nature, your promotional pieces, your communications, where everything is consistent. But there are a couple after this, most of these don't need necessarily their own unique identity, but definitely wanted to provide some clean and consistent options here, and finding a balance between whether they were single line or stacked to make sure they had similar weights and similar balances without really making too much adjustment between them. So if these are seen in conjunction with one another, that they all give sort of an equal weight to them. And so then, speaking of ones with some different options, these are ones that are potentially coming down the pipeline in the future, looking at how we could treat public works or the police a little different. I'd tried a couple different things with the public works, including a gear, but that didn't seem to really resonate with the committee. So we went back to the seal or the tree. I think that was a request to see it with both. And we didn't really get into the details of that. So I'd be interested to hear some feedback from you all if, depending on sort of the public facing activities of what both of these departments would be doing in the future, if we feel that the tree is a better connector to the community, or if we'd keep it more formal with the seal, but then even showing Public Works what it could look like, just by dropping the seal in there. I could see that if you do have a Public Works like maintenance truck or vehicle, that you could drop that on there, and it would look well. It'd look good to me. And so then some of the collateral, some of you have seen some of this and others are new. There's a request for a professional access pass for people that are using the park for profit, whether it's photographers or events, things of that nature, to a way to kind of help control that access, showing some letterhead and business card concepts, as well as using the monogram on a golf ball for tournaments and other events, water bottle, and some updated polo shirts there with either the seal or the Village of Marvin embroidered, and as well as a visor. And community signage, which shows some updated banners with Marvin Day to promote that, the Greenway sign and some of the other community signs being updated with the recent revisions to the primary identity, as well as Marvin Eford Park. Actually, I think I still need to update the logo on that. I updated the graphic, but I did not drop it into the style guide yet. So I'll make a note of that as well. And so that's the last of this. But I can jump back to any of the others, and I think the signage is a good way to, oops, I think I stopped. Oh, there it is. Just to remind you that, as we wrap up the branding component of this project, we're going to be moving into the wayfinding. So I don't have any wayfinding signs to share at this time. That's my next step, is to finalize the brand style guide with the couple of revisions and additions that we discussed, and then move into designing some options for the wayfinding signs. I've let Austin and the team see the maps and the routes and the first draft of sign locations, and then we'll start getting into content and should be able to work through the wayfinding portion of this pretty quickly now that the branding is wrapping up.
Refresh my memory, the Village of Marvin community sign you have down bottom left, that will be in for like, say you're coming into any neighborhood that is, shows the neighborhood name. We're thinking certain size that we're gonna go back out to each one and ask permission to put that on. Cause I don't think we can just go do it.
Yeah, we couldn't just go do it. It would be something that we could provide each of our neighborhoods to say, this delineates you as a Marvin neighborhood. So it'd be a good component for something good to accompany our annexation campaign.
But as it would be placed on the entrance as you come in, like
We
the
would
walls or
ask
whatever?
the subdivisions to figure out where they would want to put it.
Yeah,
It
I
would be
mean,
at their entrance.
Or it could be a separate standing sign.
It could be. I mean, you could put it on like your center monument. You could not, I'm just saying, I'm not meaning the neighborhood to not be named, but there are a lot of options to do that. I said you, I didn't mean yours.
Which one can't be named? We like them all.
Sean, great job. I think everything looks good. Thank you for making the trunk brown. And I mean, I've seen this a number of times. I think it looks great. Couple tweaks with a couple of the other, I mean, that that you need to do. But I mean, I love all this. I think it's great. I'm really excited about it.
So let me ask you all this. Do you have any additional revisions for Sean? Anything major? Because as we go forward in the next few weeks, there'll be some small things that come up here and there that we're going to tweak a little bit. But if this is in its final form for you all, for the most part, you can go ahead and improve it if you do.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've told, he knows what he needs to tweak and give us some additional options on a couple of things. But I mean, for the most part, I'm good with moving on with this and go towards the wayfinding stuff.
If you all like to make a motion on this now.
Oh, yeah, you want that now?
You can.
Okay, can I wait till Bob comes back?
You can.
Okay.
So there's
Can we wait till Bob comes?
I know,
But Andy's.
No, I was just gonna make a comment.
Oh, I thought you
that
were gonna make the motion.
I liked the fall colors. The kudos to Austin on that. I like that variation of the tree.
He's gonna get a winter one that's just all brown.
Just a twig.
But I actually, I was gonna ask about
I
that.
did like that.
They did play with a lot of colors because I'd like to see more red or, for fall.
We threw a lot more red into it and it looked very, what was the word we came up with, Sean? It was very, very, I don't know, very heavy looking. It didn't, the
Like a
proportions were off.
Okay.
I like it though. I think it's great because we do have fall events that'll work really well with. I mean, it's just, it was a cool idea.
I may even try to implement some fall colors on our website so it switches over seasonally, but.
And I do like the tree logo with the Public Works and the better than the seal, just from my own opinion. I think it gives us it's not so, I mean, we're more laid back in Marvin, so I kind of like that approach versus the more staunch official kind of thing. So.
Yeah, and just remember, everything you've seen here, this is all in our toolkit. Not everything has to be used, not everything has to be used immediately. But this is just something, these are things we're always going to have in our back pocket to use at any point in time in the future.
Yeah, I like that. The tree looks good.
Okay, Bob Areno's back. So, Oh. All right, I'm gonna make a motion to approve the branding style guide as amended.
Yep.
With a couple of changes. Good.
You good with that?
Yeah.
That's good.
Further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None.
What?
Yeah, so
I like it.
somebody doesn't get missed when they oppose.
We can have a Robert's Rule session if you want.
Sean, thank you so much. I really appreciate, again, we said it on Tuesday, but we enjoyed working with you and you guys have done a really good job. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you all once again. Y'all have been great and really looking forward to finalizing this with the last few details and excited to jump into the wayfinding portion of this. And that, the hard work is over now. The branding is definitely more subjective, with a lot more creative input and feedback, and usually a little bit more visceral reaction from people with visual things like this. But the wayfinding is much more objective, so we'll get through that pretty quickly as we start digging into it.
So now that this has been approved, we're gonna start working in the next few weeks to start implementing these logos in different places. So you'll start seeing this stuff very, very soon.
Should we do an FAQ?
We can, and I can write it.
Well, there you go.
I can do it.
Or LMNOP?
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I hope you all have a great day and have a great weekend. I'm about to fly to New York myself, so I got to get packed up and head out of here. But thank you all, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, Sean.
Thanks, Sean.
Take care.
Moving on. Village Hall.
Hey, just wanted to give y'all an update on the irrigation project. As Christina said, he is all but done. We went over everything the other day. I was super impressed. We've got 26 zones. I think he said there's room for up to 6 more with the new controller that he put in. We walked the whole grounds and he, had them different ones turn on and off and showed me where all the boxes were and just, I'm impressed. So each roundabout has 3. We've got a pipe going from the well all the way through the woods, out to the roundabout, the far roundabout, drip. And we can, if we get the new plantings in, he can tweak things. But he went ahead and turned it off, winterized it, for the next couple of months. He'll come back in March and he's going to do a nice diagram, show me where everything is laid out, so we'll have it on a map. So if I'm not here or fired or whatever, somebody can walk in and figure out how things work.
No, if you get hit by a bus.
We're killing people off. We're not firing.
So
I was
everybody
really-
will know where lines are so that we're not hitting them, cutting them.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
As we're doing some improvements.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we'll double check, but we'll have a nice diagram to go by and, I got pictures of where all the straw on the trenches are, references or whatnot, but, I'm overall really impressed with the job he did, so.
Awesome. Good. So you want to be a sponsor for Marvin Day?
There you go.
So,
I'm on it.
real quick,
On top of that, Rose.
we ran into a couple of issues when we were trying to locate the conduit at this roundabout here. So we had to do a change order. I don't know if he submitted those invoices yet. We're going to try to include those into the total project cost. If we don't, I'm just going to approve. It was a couple $1,000s.
It actually turned out to be less. I think it was $1,750 for 3 different little additions, really, not necessarily changes. He replaced a pipe here that froze and cracked, and he redid it so it's more in the ground, so that won't happen again. He fixed, I don't know how you would describe that, what was going on.
When they put in the drain, what he ended up having to do, when he dug down, he found out that the drain around the interior of the roundabout was connected to the pipe that he had to use. So what he had to do is he had to put a hole in it and be able to run the water pipe through the drain, basically, because there was only one sleeve there. So I happened to be out there that day. I looked at it. Christina looked at it. Derek looked at it with Doug, and we all made a decision. He had to find the other end over here. It was buried. Don't know what happened there, but it got buried. So he had to probe around and dig it to find it. So there was a little bit of extra work, but all in all, improvements were made, made this freeze proof over here so that it doesn't freeze again like it did. So I think for that money, it was well worth.
Yeah, and he also,
Good.
He also did us a nice little favor when he was running the lines out to the roundabouts. He went ahead and threw some low voltage landscape wiring down for us and just kind of stubbed it if we ever want to add lighting, if it's approved. You know, we have the wiring already there. So that was a nice little added touch he did.
Nice. Good. Very good.
Christina, kind of, well, we don't know.
We got to find out.
But-
Ask for forgiveness.
Yes. we never-
It's inconsequential. He didn't charge us anything for it.
If we, it's like Derek said, it was less than $2,000. If we cannot absorb that into what y'all initially authorized, I'm just going to charge it to Village Hall Capital, which is going to pull down from that 20,000 that we told you.
That Jill said we can't spend. So, okay, so with that being said, I mean, it's getting ready to be where Jill's not gonna be able to see where she's sitting.
Yeah.
Do we need to talk about getting shades in here?
What?
You can't
We
see.
do, because as it gets further into the summer and the sun is higher.
Well, I mean,
it
it's gonna go all the
creates-
way around the building
Yeah,
at
it
different
does.
times.
I mean,
So,
Bob and I have to sit with sunglasses on in the fall.
I mean, when I was here for my meeting on Monday morning, I had to keep moving around because I couldn't see anything.
So for our AV system that's getting installed next week, the control panel that'll be installed in my seat has the capability to have smart blinds functioned into it. That makes sense?
Is that something that they would do or that we need to talk to another
Let me ask them
company?
next week when they're in.
Okay.
Because they did Indian Trail setup and Indian Trail has a smart blind. So they
Okay.
can touch it and they all go down.
Yeah, because we're gonna have to do something.
So let me talk to them next week. I'll add some of this.
The other,
Wired for it to be up there, is it gotta be batteries?
It's probably wireless, wouldn't it be?
yeah, it'd have to be batteries, it'd be wireless, but the other,
Solar.
the other thing is,
Windows.
while we're talking about the automated blinds, also the lighting, for
I know, but then it's gonna look like dark out all the time.
when we're running the projectors, be able to dim the
Yeah.
lights. So what they told me before, as long as if we put light switches in that also have connectivity to your system, I believe Leviton is one of them. We can also dim the lights from the system when we are running the projector, so that it's not so bright and you can actually see the screen.
Okay.
So it's something we need to kind of check on as we're integrating this smart stuff.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Jill, just took all your money.
And switches are not that expensive. I was just looking at smart switches. They've come down a lot. Yeah, they're like $20.
Sounds like a Village Hall capital expense.
Okay. Anything else? Next up, items of discussion, consider.
So can I suspend the rules and move some stuff around? Okay. I like to move number 6 to number 1 under items of discussion and slide everything down. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and do that.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. So we're now on to discuss zoning text amendment application for 2022-2 and consider adoption of ordinance amending 151.016. Ordinance for updating regulations for churches and house of worship and their accessory uses.
Okay, so in your guys' packets is the amended ordinance with the changes kind of after the discussion from the public hearing and for the Women's Center text amendment. I highlighted these changes, so basically the base changes are also the same. In the document on page 5 is kind of, I highlighted the new additions to green. And I'll go over those briefly real quick. The first one being that originally there was going to be no special use permit needed unless they were adding on or doing some type of additional structure. Based off that discussion, basically if the accessory use is not, it's still saying that it needs it for new structure, and it also states for if the use is not a permitted use within the Marvin Residential District or within that district itself, then a special use permit is required. So those are the two big changes. The next change based off of the discussion was item B2. Says no accessory use will be requiring an overnight stay shall be permitted, excluding events associated with youth groups, scout troops, and other events directly associated with persons or employees of the religious institution. And then the final change is adding a minor modification clause, and this is on page 6. Basically, once the use is established, this would allow for minor modifications, meaning that if the tenant changes or so on, would be administrative where, you know, special use is not always needed unless they're changing the intensity of the use. But those are the big changes. These changes directly kind of reference the council's concerns and discussion from the January regular meeting. Are there any questions on the proposed text? Yep, Chaplain's good with everything. And basically from, you know, if this gets approved by the council today, the next steps would be that a special use permit would be that process would be initiated by the applicant for the Women's Center. Once that use is established, by, you know, if approved by the village council, then that's kind of the baseline for that minor modification. With that being said, because the original language from the January meeting did read that a special use permit would not be needed. I did talk to Chaplain with this, and I would ask if council to potentially direct staff to allow for you guys to be able to consider the special use permit at the February work session meeting compared to the March regular, just because from timeline purposes. But that's kind of two different. If you guys pass the ordinance, I would want you guys then to consider hearing the special use permit application at the February work session compared to the March regular meeting.
If we pass it today. And was there any discussion with the church when you were going?
For what in reference, so the applicant's attorney has reviewed this text. Like I said, they are not happy with the special use permit provision, but
Happy with what?
the special use permit provision.
Okay.
As I had that conversation with Larry earlier this morning, basically, like I said, the intent of that minor modification is to, once we have a baseline of that use, that's where it's like future ones or no other. I mean, like it creates that baseline of what the use is in that current structure for that tenant or for the church. So if another use later down the road were to come in that was not a permitted use in the district, then if it's kind of under the same umbrella of a professional service or some type of professional service providing counseling, all that, they wouldn't have to come back and get a special use permit because that's what that use is established. If it was to be some type of increased intensity use, if it was like to be more of a medical office per se, then that would be something that would have to come back to the council for a special use permit. And like, is there anything you would like to add?
Is it just?
No. In terms of special use permit, we are willing to accept special permit so far as it allows the church to.
I guess matter of procedure, you guys, usually they don't allow folks to talk.
Well, he's the applicant.
Yes. Is it all right?
Yeah, I mean,
Lawrence Shaheen, McIntosh Law Firm, on behalf of the applicant. I mean, we are willing to accept the necessity for a special use permit insofar as the church is anxious and the Women's Center is anxious to get in there and start doing the work which they do. So we are willing to accept that, given that this timeline has now reached into its 8th month. So we are hopeful that this will pass today so that we will be able to put that special use permit in for approval and go through the process and allow these nice folks to do their good work.
Questions from council? Sorry. All right. Does anyone want to make a motion to
Approve ordinance or
get approval on this?
Sure, I'll do it.
Is there a?
No, I see it.
Where's the draft motion at? I don't see it. Okay.
It's right there. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance amending 151.016, 151.080, and creating 151.069 of the Marvin Code of Ordinances for updating regulations for churches and house of worship and their accessory uses, and find that the proposed zoning text amendment is consistent with the Village of Marvin 2020 Land Use Plan and other officially adopted village plans, and is reasonable and in the public interest because it modernizes religious definitions, sets forth an approval process, and allows common accessory uses.
Further discussion?
Yes. When's the first time that we've had this on our agenda? December? Is that the first time that we've seen it, or was it November?
I believe I brought to you guys some initial, the initial application and kind of staff direction either. I think it might have been October work session.
Okay.
Because their application was submitted at the end of September. Yeah.
Process in March.
Their conversations with me started in March. Their application, formal application was received in September per our ordinance. Then after staff review and the first time it went to planning board, planning board had 60 days. October was their first meeting, and then the November was that joint meeting, and the December count is when planning board made it.
Okay. I mean, 8 months from application time, that's not accurate. So I just want to make sure that the public is clear that we got this at the end of September, and we have not been sitting on it and not doing anything about it. So we're good. But the public needs to realize that. So I just want to be clear and accurate with the facts. And I was fine having you guys do your special use permit in the February regular meeting and not have you wait till the work session. So
And
I'm glad that you you guys will consent to doing the special use permit.
I'll mention the reason that that was not done is just because per our ordinance, special use permits are decided by the village council, but you have to go to planning board for recommendation. And there was no, if we would have put this on the February meeting, it would have never went to planning board. If the intent would have been to always have this as a special use, I could have had the applicant do this previously, but that was kind of when it was presented to you guys in January, it was not intended for it to be a special use. But this new language now presents that. And so, if you guys adopt it, like I said, we'll move forward with the applicant and be in front of you guys at the February work session if you guys are okay with that.
All right. Any other comment from council? All right, motion on the table. All's in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. And congrats to your group. And we look forward to.
I'll give you a call. Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, moving forward. Are we going back to one, right? Consider a call for public hearing, Village Marvin zoning designation and rezoning for annex petition of property. Does that come up?
Located on Newtown Road, parcel number 062040114A, R Marvin Residential
Zoning
Zoning
District,
District. So
okay.
moved.
I hate how it's just, I start reading it now. Anyway, all's in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, let's do a quick recess break, 5 minute. All's in favor? They did pass it.
So moved. That was quick.
All right.
Let's go for a break. Yeah.
Candle box for you, right? Yes, candle box. Candle box.
They probably should.
You should probably sit down or go potty, Mayor. Like, go somewhere. She went to go pick it up, so it should be back here in the next 30 minutes or so. MC.
What, excuse me, but what neighborhood can we talk about? This one here?
Yours, right?
But I became mine.
I just want everyone to be aware that my glow is starting. So.
Is all this sad stuff, is it written by the writer of Harry Potter?
Yeah, right, exactly. He shall not be named. Okay.
But that's the main thing. I was with you.
No. No. I haven't done it yet. I have this deadline for the next week, for sure. I swear to God.
It was. All this money we spent on the building.
I know, but back to you.
All this
Don't leave
money
me out of this.
building, and we didn't put an automatic flushing.
Mine flushes automatically. I didn't have to flush mine.
And I just noticed that I thought days of COVID, nobody wants to touch anything. And that toilet, that urinal is an automatic flush. It is, you have to physically flush. And when I went there.
Gosh.
In all fairness,
Oh,
so
God.
we started doing these two little sinks that you can't even wash your hand, you can wash one hand at a time. Size of it. Someone obviously just.
Do you see
before
how
me
bad I
didn't
am?
use it.
Because I'm so pissed.
It's already next week. It's next month. What's the 8 month?
The fact that he wouldn't put his ass on the, oh God. What in the world? He was pissed that he had to sit there through all of this. And then he decides that, it's been 8 months. No, it hasn't. And, I guess we'll accept having to do a special use permit. Yeah. Just think. In your memo, it says September 28th.
Yeah, that's when the applicants.
I mean, I was like, oh.
But the other thing too, is like, yeah, like.
Are you going? Are you going somewhere?
No. It's that, it's like. Even if you.
So yeah,
Yeah, you will.
So either that or you don't get it.
Does anyone need a piece of candy to relax? I can go get candy.
aggressively pursuing happiness. Oh.
Make a motion to come back into session? Aye. I know.
You don't need a motion for it?
I know, don't, I know. We're gonna do it anyway, though.
All right, so we are on,
Nope. We're number 2. It's me.
discussion of availability of council appointments.
Okay, this is, if you set appointments with staff or you have meetings, go to the meetings. And if you can't go, tell them why you're not going to be there. It is rude and they have other stuff to do. That's all.
I'm not aware if this is, if anyone specifically has missed anything.
But don't you think that don't you,
And it was funny you say that because I was looking at lunch, ordering lunch, and it was from last week at,
I know. He was like, yes, are we getting lunch today? I was like, but it is,
it's not, I know.
yeah. Joe, read this one. No, it's terrible because you know what it does? It forces staff to take their time to then text you. So be an adult and read your emails and show up for stuff.
Spending so much time at it and then all disappearing. So I spend zero time.
That's why you have a phone.
I look at the phone.
I'm just saying, it's not just you. It's not just you. This goes to everybody. This is for everybody.
Okay, I know you're not calling me out. I know my faults.
I was looking at the menu too.
I'm glad that was all off mic.
Chicken salad chickens for lunch today.
All right, we're good. Next.
All right, next up, this should be pretty quick. Discussion of bike rack placement at village facilities.
We get like 80 of them.
What?
Oh, only 5? I thought you told me there was like 20 of them, Christina.
25?
Where are we getting 25 from?
She told me 25.
So if you look at the picture provided in the agenda, there's 5 of these individual racks. I guess with the 4
That's a
loops.
bike rack?
I thought we were getting 1 rack for 5 bikes. We got 5 racks.
For 5
So,
bikes.
for-
So 25 bikes. That's where the 25
Yeah,
came.
3-4 bikes. So this came via a grant that I applied for just on a whim. And they awarded it to me. So hindsight, I probably should have asked for you guys' approval or some guidance beforehand. But we have them now.
That's not there, is it, right?
No. I set it there to show you what
Okay.
it would look like if we placed it there.
Yeah, there's, look, I said, did I miss something coming in?
Well, no, because
Yeah.
it's laying on the ground over there. I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure because I was like, oh, it's going to hit that light and damage it.
Well, since you got so many, I mean, can we like put them out
The-
in the park? And
Well, so yeah, that's my thinking is two here, 1 at the park and 2, one.
One here, I think. We
1 here, 1 at the Pocket Park, 1 at
I wouldn't put
Eford
it
Park,
there.
and
yeah, and I would say,
Could
save,
hit the
definitely
light.
would save.
Yeah, but I still wouldn't like it right there, right?
Farmer's market, when it is completed, I'd save 1. for
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
And then there's also possibly some other, like trailheads or something, connectivity areas along the trail system. We have one for that.
Okay.
But I think 1 here is plenty. I don't see
the park for now.
Yeah.
Store
Okay.
2 and 3, you'll never know when we need it.
Down at the Pocket Park.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So then you've got 3.
Maybe you can get
No one's riding their bikes to Eford Park.
The brand new sidewalk that we're getting ready to put in, yeah. Maybe on one of the picnic pads.
or something. Yeah.
I was thinking maybe as you come up from Weddington Chase, just kind of off to the left there, next to the trees, kind of out of the way. So if
Yeah.
somebody does put their bike on it, they don't, it doesn't block the sidewalk.
Derek, did you have to take pictures of these and submit them to the group that was awarding it as them being installed for proof?
Yeah.
So we can't really put them in storage right now.
Well, they know that
He just
I
set it
told
there.
them what
It's
we
not
were
in the
doing, that
ground. He just
I
set
got
it
more
there.
than I anticipated and
Okay.
that we would be discussing, and she noted that in the file, so she's.
Okay. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
if you actually needed them implemented today,
No, it doesn't have
Okay.
to be today. They're just expecting them in the near future.
Bikes there.
Since we want to put one at the farmer's market, then you can note that in there that
Mhm.
for this future development of this particular thing.
Yeah, just put it somewhere else and take a picture of it and
Well,
send it
whatever,
in.
but I'm just
Like,
saying,
you're
you
not-
can always add
You
that.
take that, send that
Part of-
picture and they don't know that it's not there permanently.
That's true.
do you have any specific locations at Village Hall where you'd like to see it?
Yeah, that's the main.
Not where it is in that picture.
Yeah,
Not-
I would say over by the trail.
I would
By
say,
the
right?
trailhead?
Yeah.
Yeah, by the trailhead.
So farmers market, Village Hall, Marvin Eford Park, Pocket Park, and save the last one.
Yeah, save.
Does anyone ride bikes at Eford Park? That's dangerous.
Not to Eford Park, but
That's
at
what-
Eford Park, maybe.
People ride to
Yeah.
a lot of places. that-
I know, but that's not,
Scary.
I,
Listen, if we're not putting it into concrete, because we can put it into the ground, right, Derek? Or do you need to put it in concrete?
kind of.
You don't put those, you bolt them to a concrete
Pad.
pad. So I mean, they'll come up with 4 bolts.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. So if we need to move it, if we put it at
Yeah, so
Marvin
you
Eford
just-
Park and we're like, oh my gosh, we just did the loop and we need some over.
Correct.
Yeah, you
We
just
can
do
move on.
like a.
Yeah, we're out the $5 bag of concrete.
Post hole. And then put your anchor bolts in it and bolt it to that and it'll stand anywhere you want it.
Do you want a motion for those? Are you good?
You don't even know.
Okay. All right. Good job, Derek.
All right,
Appreciate it.
next up, we have discussion of Pocket Park well, electric and irrigation.
Dirk again.
All right. You want that? Take one down, pass it around. All right, I know you guys have been patient with this. This was a little more complicated than I thought. There's sort of, well, there is 3 entities involved. There's the irrigation guy. His is the easiest. He's straightforward. His quote is right now at 15.5. That's, based on if he gets the well that he needs. There's the electric giving hookup to the well, and then there's the well itself. So the well is the most complicated, and I'm actually going to ask Councilman Wortman to chime in on this. But I essentially got 3 different quotes from Mullis. They're the ones that provided the well here. They provided a package price, which is just a standard per foot, ballpark based on a certain depth. We started at 200 feet, and that one was less than 10,000. Then she came back with a 400 foot, and that was the one I think I brought to you guys that was like over 20,000. So I went back to her and I was like, can we land somewhere in the middle? Just, give me something to take to council. So that's this most recent one you're looking at with the red wording. And I think it's based on a 300 foot, which they're recommending is sort of standard now. But there's so many variances that could occur,
I
whether they,
mean, we're only gonna get charged for how deep we go, right?
in the end, yes.
Okay.
But they can't tell us what that's
Right,
going
I
to
know.
be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
So this one is roughly 11, I think, or 11.19 for a 300 foot, but that that she's telling me up front that could vary, if they, depending on where they hit water and how much pressure's there, how much deeper they need to go.
I mean,
Yeah, how much water's
yeah, no,
available.
I get it. I dug a well at my house. It took them 3 days to find water and the pressure's terrible. So I get it. I understand like that they may have to go and that's fine. But
Mhm.
at the end of the day, we're only going to get charged for how deep they go. Like if
Correct.
we pay for the 400, they only go 200, then we'll pay for the 200.
Correct.
How in the world is 1 acre for irrigation installation $15,000?
That I want to discuss with him.
That's
That-
insane.
Well, that,
What we're doing over there, a lot of it has, I mean, really all that we need to irrigate over there would be turf areas, and there's not that much turf area. I mean.
yeah. We were 22 for the grounds, another 8 or so for the adding in the roundabouts.
This is twice as much as what this.
Mhm. Yeah, I think he's a little high and we'll go back and negotiate and talk it out. I don't think he needs as much as he thinks he needs. But this plans for, we're gonna lose a little bit of water necessities with the installation of the concrete. We don't want to be spraying picnic pads if those go in, or the sidewalks. I mean, that's just wasteful, but and I'm assuming if. Mhm.
Banks out there that save money over time. We're talking about stuff that would drain back to help against freezing. But I don't think that would be an issue here because we've been shutting down just like in probably October when it started back until April. Because we're talking about warm season turf that we would want to water, and that would be it. I mean, we're talking about minimal water needs here. I don't see, and we might have 1 or 2 little flower beds, but mainly it's just turf. And if we incorporate these things correctly, we can also water these small flower beds with the turf heads. So I think realistically, before we worry about an irrigation quote, I think we want to have a finished product on the implementation of the park. What is it going to look like before we go down that road? Because I think we're going to see a big difference in numbers when we have an actual plan to park. We even have, do we?
Yes. We have a plan.
Have a final?
We've had a plan.
Well, we had a plan, but the plan didn't include irrigation and these plantings and in recent meetings, it's come up that it's going to be manicured and there's going to be, plantings, and that's the reason that we're putting in the irrigation. So, I mean, if you go back to PRG's desires, it was going to be natural. It was, goldenrod, it was just going to grow up and
It wouldn't be usable.
with some pathways. So we did, we knocked some of that stuff down and took out some trees, obviously, and did a little bit of grading. So we're kind of in the middle now, between the uber natural and the pristine manicured plantings. So we don't have a plan, a site plan as far as
So
the next phase where
I think we need to revisit that, because if we're going pristine, then I see that as a lot more maintenance. Isn't that some of the issues we're having, is ongoing maintenance?
we're talking about just
Yeah.
helping the grass, but what we need to do is I think we need to send this back to PRG and get a good,
I'm so happy.
comprehensive planting plan for this pocket park, get it laid out. We know we want more than wild. We don't want too much maintenance. So we want to have beds that don't require as much maintenance. We're going to have some turf so that people can move around. That was why we're getting the water. We want some color down there. So we'll probably have some flower beds, but nothing crazy. And in the interest of saving money on the irrigation, we strategically plan this thing so that the turf heads also water any plantings that we put down there.
So should we wait until we have all the ADA stuff done and then we can take some current real life pictures? I mean, I'm picturing it where the trail builder has put trails in there. I haven't been out there since he's done that, but I'm assuming they've been done. So if we can wait until the sidewalk gets done, so we know where the sidewalk is and where the pads are for the picnic, whatever's that we're doing, then we can take some pictures and bring that back to Parks Rec and Greenway. We're not gonna plan anything until the fall now.
Hunter and I could go out there and take some measurements and, draw out a schematic and, give you a true, up-to-date kind of
Do we have
look
anybody
at it.
with a drone that can take an aerial photograph from a drone
No, but
over the park?
But also
I'm just,
my
you know,
shoulders and.
yeah, I'm just thinking,
The other thing is, Christina, correct me if I'm wrong, but we may get some recommendations from the master plan. I mean, it won't be site specific for that area, but we may get something that says, we recommend this area as a potential for a dog park or a.
They're not, last time I talked to Nick with Christina, he was really just Village Hall.
Well, site specific, but it'll be part of the comp plan that they have to put together for everything.
It's a good question. I know when we initially talked with them, we told them we were going to give them all of the space and they were going to look at it. There may be
Okay.
something very, very conceptual,
High
just,
level.
just ideas,
Yeah.
but nothing like visuals.
So-
I mean, I'll throw it out there that I have the idea. I ran it by 100 of an ADA playground. Something small, something simple, but it's a huge check mark that we could, mark off on our list that, hey, we've put in an inclusive playground, and Publix gives money to those type of projects. They're right there next door to it. So it might be, like a kind of a trifecta to explore. And then if we did that, we got the ramp, we're putting in the ramps, the sidewalks, it makes sense. And obviously we're not going to want to water the playground if it's sitting in the middle, we would just water the outside. So I agree with you. I think we take it back and maybe just look to scale it down a little bit,
yeah, I mean, we only.
but you give me direction.
Really only need water where we're going to have turf or plantings. The rest of it doesn't need to be watered. So we can narrow this landscape plan or this irrigation plan down, cut it in half.
Where are you gonna put the well?
Probably,
Company decides.
yeah.
Yeah, but they're not gonna put it right in the
Okay,
middle
so,
of the property.
No,
so
see,
when they drilled this one, they asked us the proximity of where we wanted to put it.
Southwest corner, close to Providence Road, close to Weddington Chase.
Yes, because that's where the power's going to come in. So the
Yeah.
closer we are to the power source, the less money we've got to spend on getting power to it.
Okay.
So that's going to be a consideration, and that's probably going to be the most remote from usage standpoint, the most remote place where it's not going to be like right in your face when you use the park.
Yep.
Because you're going to be accessing it from
Okay,
the shopping center and from Weddington Chase. So those areas will be front.
okay.
And to that point, the estimate for the electrical work that Water Saver put in here for 6,500, he said, that could vary. I got a quote from Arc Electric for just under 3. That was just for the installation of the meter. Doug told me that there's a lot more involved with permits from Union County and bringing power to the meter and those things.
If they're setting a meter box, Union Electric will come out, or Union Power will come out and connect the wire. There's unless they have they'll connect it to a certain amount of footage. If it goes over that, you're gonna have to pay. But if you want it on the ground, if you want it overhead, they'll just run it to your box.
Yeah, we're not doing it overhead. If we do an ADA playground over there, does our other playground not have to be ADA? Don't they both have to be ADA? Wouldn't they have to if we had 2?
I don't know that they have to be. I think that they should be, is my thought.
You're saying two different parks, one has it, one doesn't? Is that what you're?
Well, no, I'm asking that question because if we're getting ready to buy a $300,000 playground, my guess is it's probably going to be ADA compliant. So then why are we putting in another ADA compliant playground at the pocket park?
I just think it would be a great addition, you know, a
Well,
specific
I think
destination
ADA
for that.
requires regarding what building, it doesn't matter what building, if it's two separate parks, you still have to be ADA. Anywhere the public can access, you have to have ADA.
Right, and I thought we were
That's the
looking
law.
at a toddler park, toddler playground for the pocket park, since we don't have that facility at Marvin Eford, a place for the little ones to go. Thought we discussed that at one point. Because I think that would be a great location because that was one of the things that my wife complained about years ago about this one, is there was no place for the little ones to play, because it was all designed for older kids. And when our kids were toddlers, there was really nothing for them to do over there. So a toddler park or a toddler play area at the pocket park maybe would be some diversity for us in our park system.
Can we
Or
get back?
take kids for that.
I don't want to get too far off topic. I mean, give me
Yeah.
some direction on the well.
Can we give it back?
I'll follow up.
Too late.
No, I'm serious.
To who?
I've heard that there's some interest in the
Publix,
developer
yeah.
wanting it back.
Publix developer has expressed in a passing comment that they would potentially be interested in taking the park back if we had an interest. He didn't say.
I'm sure to put a building on it, but then we don't have to pay money for the sidewalks, the well, the irrigation. I mean, I feel like that we've talked more about this daggone pocket park over the past 3 years, and it's still kind of there.
It is a pocket and it's a park.
Or would they, I mean, how would we recoup what we've already spent in?
Well, they gotta buy it from us.
Yeah, they're gonna buy.
And I don't know if he was,
I agree with you that when I first heard about this park, I thought, not knowing how the finished product was gonna be, I was gonna go, this is an island in the middle of nowhere. And I just thought, it's another place to put a lot of money. And that's the first thing I thought of, was what is the benefit other than being somewhat of a showpiece or something? And yes, I know it was donated to us, kind of like this property was donated to us, but we did something. And I agree with you that with the money that we're spending on this, I'm sitting there going, my destination, I don't know, I don't have small children, but my destination of going to Publix and going to Dunkin' Donuts or whatever, I don't know, do I have kids in tow? Do I give them something to do before and after we go to the restaurants there or something? I'm with you that if somebody would like to buy it, even though we're giving it gratis, that's where we can get some revenue.
I mean, this right here is $35,000. Not including whatever we're gonna put on it, whatever we're gonna plant there, whatever else, and then how much ever this contract is that we're getting ready to do, which is gonna be, how much, Christina?
30.
30? I mean, that's $65,000.
It's really,
I mean,
to your point, I don't see anyone getting in a car and going there to go to, or they're going to Eford if they're getting in a car. So it's really just to.
The communities that are around it don't even, unless they have grandchildren.
But hear me out. The community that's really going to use it is Weddington Chase. Nothing against Weddington Chase, but they did not want to allow us to tap into that would have saved
It's not
this.
that they weren't willing, they didn't have capacity to. They can't do their own with what they have. They don't have any extra capacity. It wasn't that they weren't willing.
All right, my mistake. I stand corrected.
But
Listen, I'm all about having park space and more open space and all that, but this, I mean, just what we're gonna decide on today, if we decide on this today, is $65,000.
I understand that. I'm not ready to commit $15,500 for irrigation yet. I think that should be tabled. And I think that all of this today should be tabled until we have more information and we have a better plan for the park. Because the well sure, is an integral part of the irrigation, but I don't think we need to spend nearly as much on the irrigation to do what we do to the park.
But with all that said, with what we talked about last week, we're looking for a little bit of reserve or something to put aside for future land acquisition. This might be a start.
Well, and also, to your point, it exists fine as it is.
I mean, we
You
could
know,
just
it's-
put some warm season
Yeah.
turf over there and let the warm season turf do its thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's patches of natural Bermuda that's, taken off and.
Yeah, you can bolster that and it could just be something passive with a bench or something and we don't have to spend a lot of money on it. But I would hate for it to be a completely natural area where there's no open space for people to just hang out. I think, if we do the sidewalk, that's part of our trail system. That just is part of the trail system. I think we do, maybe a picnic bench or two under a shade tree and bolster what is already growing with the Bermuda and leave it at that for now. Until we decide to do something different. If the public says, hey, let's make this, nicer, then we'll get on that road, but.
Let me ask this, what, the existing, playground that we have at Eford Park, hold on, what's the plan for that?
It's literally falling apart. Like they
It
just,
can't be repurposed.
they
We're gonna
just-
replace it.
I know, but any of it can be repurposed for a period of time?
I would have to, I guess have an inspector tell me that.
I mean, they
Yeah, the
literally
swings
just
are
put
fairly new.
Band-Aids all over it.
The swings are about the only thing you could salvage from it. And you could put those swings on a new, wooden frame anywhere you wanted to. If you wanted to put a couple swings down there or something for, that would be a very low cost repurpose for that equipment, but.
Cause I think this goes back way before when they were developing Publix and stuff. Developer offered to Weddington Chase an access road, and mark my word, they're gonna regret turning that down because they're eventually not gonna be able to make a left out of, when that road gets widened, they're not gonna be able to make a left. And it's gonna cost
There's gonna be a
them.
giant median there.
Right. And that's my issue, which they offered to put an access road to where the light is, and that's how they would get out and make a left if they needed to. And Weddington Chase turned that down years ago. And I just think that was a big mistake. But then I'm kind of leaning towards what Kim's saying and what you're saying, Andy, is if we can do stuff that's less invasive work, because this is a lot of money to spend on something that we're not sure. And it's really only serving one neighborhood, in the opinion of one.
Well,
And I don't mind serving one neighborhood, but wouldn't we want to see some participation from the HOA?
I mean, it's serving the shopping center as a whole too. It's an amenity of the shopping center, which serves the entire village. I mean, everybody from the village goes there to shop, so it's not just one neighborhood. They can use it for, if you're there shopping or whatever, or if you're out to eat or what have you, you can use the park. But I say, conserve the costs, forget the irrigation for now, and just grow some grass, some Bermuda in there and make it.
So what's
usable.
that cut out? That cuts out.
That cuts out.
$35,000.
Yeah, it cuts out $65,000.
35, we still have to do the sidewalk if we're gonna keep it.
$35,000 off that. price.
I say put this up for a vote, see where it goes. And if it's a no vote, then we go back to PG.
Yeah,
Parks
say
and
it. There you go.
Parks and Rec.
There you go.
Okay. No,
No,
we'll make a formal vote on this right now and say, you know what, we disapprove it because of what?
no, nobody wants to do it. Everybody's fine putting it on hold. Wayne, are you
Yeah, we
good?
just brought.
Everybody's good putting it on. I don't need to do that.
I think you need to vote. Do they?
Which on record, how do you
Nobody
feel
wants to
about
make a motion to approve it. So we can't take a vote on it.
Right, we'll just don't do it. I mean, we don't have to.
Okay.
We're contractually obligated to do it. This is just pricing.
So then just table it to, is it be a motion on the table to table this back to Parks and Rec?
No, I think we're gonna sit on it.
It's not, table's not the right term. You can just direct staff to bring it to.
Back to Parks and
I would rather wait and see what the master plan, if they have anything for it. Wait and see if they have any recommendations for it. If they don't, then at that point, you guys can, maybe the sidewalk will be done by them. You guys can go out, take some updated pictures, bring it.
In the meantime, do we want staff to entertain an offer from Publix?
I mean, why not? But here's the thing, I don't want to enter the contract with McConnell and get halfway down the road doing the work and then they're buying it from us and we just spent $35,000.
The other thing.
But we
is-
have to get that done, so we can't wait on that.
The other thing is that they, the builder gave us the property and then we're gonna sell it back to them. I mean, that's kind of.
Well, we have investment in it from
Yeah.
trees and stuff like that, so
Trails.
I don't know how much we're gonna get, but I thought
Clear.
we kept trying to gain land, not sell it. I mean,
mean,
I think that,
I suppose we can look at it if they, you know.
but
see
I
what they
want it to
say.
be as maintenance free as possible with some.
It's fine, we should keep it.
Okay.
We
Alright,
should
just-
keep it.
just
We'll
asking.
Do the sidewalk work. We'll see what McAdams says and we'll revisit this in May. How about that?
Yeah, and then at that point, if Derek's crew wants to go down there and sow a little bit of Bermuda in May so that it fills in and it's not going to be a
Okay,
wash area, that would be a good thing, and that's pretty cheap.
all right.
So is that something you guys want to take place, just so Derek knows how to proceed with Matt,
What do you mean take place?
what he just mentioned?
Talking about just putting some seed down there, some Bermuda seed in May, so that it doesn't.
Make it as maintenance
Right.
free as possible
If-
at this time.
If McAdams doesn't come back with some sort of plan that we decide to implement, then whenever you put out seed in the spring for Bermuda, park staff should do that.
Yeah, and that's just
How
a
about
soil,
that?
soil stabilization.
Is that clear?
That's all that is, really, just keeping it maintained.
And are we gonna see what Publix wants?
No, no, we should keep it. And because we have to do the sidewalk and I'm not gonna put that investment in there and then sell that back to them, even if we recoup our cost.
And then you have interest in us bringing this back to PRG after May with pictures to get a landscape plan.
If McAdams
Right.
doesn't give us something, yes.
All right, we all on the same page? We can move forward? No motions need to be?
No,
made?
but is staff good?
You understand where we're?
Any questions? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
You ready? You want to take it over? Same.
Jinx, you owe me a Coke.
All right, moving on, Marvin Day 2023 sponsorship and spending update.
She just smiled.
Gold star, gold star.
Whatever. One of my, I will say, one of my clients is,
Say it now, do it again.
Kim gets a gold star for the second week in a row. The rest of you, not so much.
well,
And Hunter came up big as well. So thanks, Hunter. And Austin,
how did Hunter come up big? I want to know.
he got a developer on board.
Thank
to be a
you.
Sponsor.
There's one that was not on the list and I reached out to Lene Holmes that are doing the 3 down here and they committed to sponsorship, so.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good job.
And then
Austin?
Austin was able to get Union County Public Schools to be a sponsor in kind and waive the $2,000 they were going to charge us for the use of the parking lot. They waived it as a gift in kind so that they can be considered a sponsor of the event. So
And I will say, one of my potential sponsors is, and I won't say which one, but it's some changes or ownership changes are potentially coming in. So I doubt that one of them will be still up for it. So we'll see.
Why don't you get the new owner to do it? That's what I did with one of mine.
okay, so all that to say, Mary is going to start reaching out to. MC is going to start reaching out to each of you individually, sending you emails, asking you for updates on your list of people that you're supposed to be calling. So please read your emails and respond. You are welcome to make updates on the Excel spreadsheet I sent you. I have a master, so it doesn't matter what changes you make to that. You can update on that and send it back to her, or you can just send her an email with who you've talked to. But I cannot stress enough how important it is for you guys to hit this hard, because we've got to get working on T-shirts and banners and signs and all kinds of stuff. And if I don't know who sponsors are, I can't spend any more money. I can't get logos for T-shirts and all that fun stuff. So we've got to get cracking. We're behind the 8 ball.
How much do we have right now?
In sponsorships, the last update I sent out, we had about 9,000 committed, something like that. So with the new folks that Kim brought in this week and the gift in kind and what Hunter's doing, we're probably at like, I don't know, 12-ish or so. But we need a lot more.
And last year, our goal, we actually wound up getting 3 times that amount, right?
Yeah, last year we had over 30,000.
What's the deadline for the funds?
March.
First.
In the words of Jamie Lyon.
I don't
got
necessarily need
covered.
funds in-house March 1st, but I need commitments and I need logos by March 1st.
What's the date for the money?
I mean, I'm flexible on that. Like, we had a sponsor that set up a payment plan last year, so I don't particularly care about that as long as they're good for it and they're gonna, sign that they're promising to pay,
I will, if I can make an appointment with you tomorrow, maybe in the morning-ish or early afternoon-ish, to go through, and what I want to get is, I'm gonna head out tomorrow and I'm gonna hit some people, okay? So if you're around about, I'll talk to you about it, okay?
So I won't be here tomorrow since the office is closed and I've got some training scheduled remotely, but Monday is great.
You can't wait till Monday. You have a whole weekend.
What is it you need? You just need flyers, or, because I can print a bunch off for you today that you can just take before you leave if you want.
Thank you.
Like, we got, seriously, like, everybody's like, oh, I'll do it. Like, we got to do this. Like, we have to get it done.
Especially your sponsors from last year, like those are your warmest leads. So go back to them first and give them a chance to do it again. Especially if they are the only business of that kind so far. Like, that's some of the realtors I'm reaching out to. I'm like, we don't have a realtor sponsor yet. So right now you would be the only one. And sometimes they like to hear that, but
Do you have the updated, like where it's what I had, this is not going to be updated.
I haven't updated it since the 13th because
You haven't?
no, because
Okay.
you're the only person who has sent me any information to actually add, and I just haven't done it yet, but
That's fine.
Mary's going to start helping me update that spreadsheet as you guys respond to her with.
So right now we have $10,000 pledged and $2,000 received. Now, I have added another $1,000 to that number. And yeah. And both of those were no's from last year that I turned into yeses this year. Gold, double gold star. So. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I added $1,500. 2 were no's from last year. 1 is a repeat. If somebody wants help and they don't know how to do something, or they just want to know what they should do or say or whatever, then I'm happy to do that. You just need to ask, but we got to get ticking.
We definitely, if this has not happened already, because I remember it being asked months ago, if no one has asked our other $5,000 sponsor from last year to come back, I think that was New York Life.
That's Joe.
That had to have happened like I asked Jones Homes months ago. They said yes. They said they would come back at 5. I've sent a couple more emails since then, just trying to like wrap that up. I haven't gotten a response, but I'm going to follow up
And
again.
Pipe just hasn't committed yet, but I have personal stuff with them that we were supposed to meet and discuss both things.
Okay, perfect.
So
Yeah,
just-
I would love to at least get 2 of our 3 gold sponsors back, just to ease some of the pressure, because right now we have one that has said yes, but has not filled out the form and like really committed.
Have we asked, Hunter, have you talked to, who's building Broadmoor Beechwood?
Yeah, I reached out to Broadmoor yesterday. Broadmoor, the project manager for them, sent it up to their higher ups, just either for consideration, confirmation, level, whatever. So I know it's been sent to them and I know they're looking at it, but I have not heard anything.
Okay, listen. Oh,
Did you talk to, you said project manager, Nate?
It's Brian Amos. He's the on-site development manager.
Reach out to the sales manager.
It all goes to the same office.
so I know that, I mean, again, this Jill is gonna start, I mean, she's already stressed out enough. She's gonna start getting more stressed out. If we send information out and then we just sit on it and wait, Hunter, I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying in general, because we don't want to keep pestering people and asking people for money. But the more the squeaky wheel gets the oil. So the more we sit there and continue to ask and follow up, they will eventually answer you. Either they're going to tell you to sit and spin on it or they're going to say yes. So we have to, it's not like you can be like, hey, just wanted to throw this out there. And they're like, yeah, I'll look at it. Like you should call the next day and follow up. Hey, do you have any questions? Like you got to be annoying about it.
So since all of you, for the most part, are parents, you know how your children just, they don't take no for an answer and they will ask you repeatedly until you cave and say yes? That's your strategy. So go out and act like your children.
That's how you operate?
Yes, that's how I operate sometimes.
Yeah.
No,
Repeat that again.
Ask repeatedly until the answer is yes.
Who are, I mean, we should absolutely, I mean, Derek, I wasn't joking, like, we should be asking Water Saver Irrigation to be a sponsor. Like, we just spent $30,000 with them on stuff here. We should be asking the bug people, the cleaning people, the AMT, the whoever any of our people are.
Yes.
I mean, Christina was joking yesterday, but we should be asking anybody and everybody that we send checks to.
Which I've already emailed quite a few of them, like our pest control, our office cleaners, a lot of our vendors that we're spending big money with, I have messaged. But there's more. And I mean, the good news is because I'm currently doing 1099s and all that type of stuff, I've been running reports of our vendors and how much we spent with them last year. So I have a good starting off point, like, for companies that we can reach out to.
Yeah,
be
I
like,
mean,
"Hey."
I mean, like our CPA, we should ask them, like anybody, like those guys, like anybody that we have sent money to, like McAdams, Molnet, Arnett, Mold, whatever. Everybody.
Everyone that you've just mentioned, I've already sent to the auditors, to Arnett Muldrow, to McAdams. I updated the list yesterday. I know what you guys are seeing is not updated, but once you see the next one, you'll see all those on the list.
Did anybody say yes? Did anybody say no?
Nobody said anything yet.
See, I mean, so like now it's like we got to start bugging them. Like just just do all I did when I did it, I did a standard email and a standard text. And I would just cut and paste, throw in their name and literally just continue to follow up with them. Because you can't do it one time. You can't do it 2 times. You got to do it until they either tell you to bug off or they do it. Like, and I look at people that I spend money with. All of my doctor's offices, like my bug people, where I go get my nails done, like my plumber, anybody that I'm spending money with, that's who I'm asking. Yeah.
I had one
And
definitely
Melanie.
say no. So that was a Scarlet Real Estate because he just laid off a bunch of people. So they're down to a skeleton. So I know that's a no. I talked to
Okay,
him.
put it in an email to Mary, please. She's going to keep track of all of that. And then she's going to help me keep that spreadsheet up to date.
Okay.
But yeah, even if you just have to schedule a day where you're just gonna schedule a couple of hours, you're welcome to come in here, use your council office that no one's using. Make a bunch of phone calls, get in your car, go to Marvin Gardens, drive around. But we need to make some progress on this. for
And,
sure.
and I'm going to ask everybody at our next council meeting, and I expect people to have gotten answers. Good, bad, and different.
Okay,
Get ready, people.
we ready?
Hey, Jill,
Can we move on?
has lunch arrived yet? Do you know?
I don't know until I get up and go look.
Oh, sorry.
I will go check.
It's been a little bit.
Thank you, Jill.
All right, next up. Discussion of Village Hall landscaping quotes.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. More paper. Yep, I love it.
All right, little bit of a animal here. The cover sheet, I try to take all the quotes and give you a high level summary.
Oh, I am just looking for something.
I got 3 quotes, 2 with people that I've dealt with in the past, and 1 that came highly recommended. On the cover sheet, if you'll look under the business name, I went ahead and first gave you the overall price, just so you can kind of see that first and get that out of your head. And then if they gave me a breakdown, this is more just for any curiosity of, well, what are they charging for this portion or what are they charging for that portion? Obviously, everybody charges a different price for certain things and they quoted, different amounts. I think that, somebody's going to get out here and they're going to want to change something based on a plant or, well, we didn't know that there was this much mud there or clay. You're going to need more mulch. But obviously North American, they came in just under 32. Providence was at 24-ish. And then Brightview, who did our roundabouts, they were at 25.
What's the 37?
So the 37, I put that in red. If you look at their quotes, they're the only ones that, as I requested, gave me an actual quote for full removal of the 6-inch of clay is what they're calling it. I was not sure.
Our
if I
developer
wanted
called
to
it
go-
soil.
Yeah. Go that route, or if you just wanted to have the actual plant hole amended.
Did you
But they-
find that all of them had, I was going to ask a specific question about each one. Did you find that they had insurance, like they insure the plants for a year, or are they all the same or are they different?
That I'd have to ask. Yeah. In my experience, they usually do a year. As long as we can ensure that it's properly irrigated.
Well, experience and actual are 2 different things. So I'd want confirmation from each one that they would stand behind their plants on each of these, because that affects this.
There are a lot of landscapers who do not put a year warranty unless it's specifically asked for. And that
Exactly.
changes the cost of the installation too.
Okay, hold on. Derek, can you go back to what the number in red is? Like, seriously, you guys, let him answer the question that was asked.
If you flip to the second quote, Providence, the back page, they called, the number in red is including the 14,475 that I highlighted. They called it an add alternate. So that is for where we have plantings around the building, completely removing all the clay / mud that the plants are sitting in. So they're quoting to remove it 6 inches down and replace the whole bed with 6 inches of topsoil, not just the hole that the plant is in. Because currently that's what we have. We have the clay, the mud, and then they just stuck a plant in a hole. The other quotes, and including Providence's base quote, will amend the hole industry standard, sprinkle some topsoil in the hole and then put the plant in that. I believe you guys wanted it completely taken out.
Yes, because it's going to affect drainage as well. I mean, in all the years I've been doing landscaping, this is what happens. They dig a hole in a clay pot. They put some topsoil in it, it becomes a clay pot. It gets dry or it gets wet, but either way, the water does not drain. It does not work. The only way to do these beds correctly is to amend the top 6 inches. Just take it out, get rid of the clay, put in topsoil. That's why it's called topsoil. It's the top layer, and that's where the plants live. It has to be done that way. We need to go with the lowest quote that's going to do it right. And as far as I'm concerned, we don't need to worry about them doing the pine straw. We can do that in-house. That's part of our maintenance plan anyway. So I would say, whoever you can get to do the job correctly, get rid of the soil, put the plants in. And that.
So we need to have them go back and do new RFP for this?
Or amend their pricing then, or talk to each of the 3.
Because I agree with you. I mean, it's what we saw them doing out there, we knew was going to fail.
So the North, just to make sure, the North America and the Brightview is not providing what Providence did, correct?
In
They're not giving you an alternate.
In their original price, correct. I'm sure they will be glad to provide me one for that.
So North American and Brightview are just digging out the holes and fixing them, whereas Providence is the only one that has given you the number to completely rebuild the beds.
Correct.
Okay, and
But
when I say rebuild the beds, I'm also talking about the tree line out here. Is that included?
That one, I don't want to say specifically that I know that for sure.
I mean, it has to be done too. It's got shitty material over there too.
Does add additional.
And I'm looking at these prices and what we got back from Randolph to offset this. It's not even touching it.
Well, no, but that's just for the actual trees.
I know, but.
Maybe where
but I
we're
mean,
getting
the
more
reason
close.
why
Wait, have we
everything-
gotten that check yet?
We have not.
The reason why everything died is because of poor site prep. So, we're spending a lot of money to get it right before we can even replace the trees that died because.
It doesn't matter. We're not gonna beat that dead
I
horse
know,
again.
I'm just.
Well, I will say, Brightview did a decent job with the roundabouts. I don't have anything against working with them. It's possible that they would come in lower with completely redoing the beds because there's a, $13,000 difference there. I was most impressed with North American. This lady's got a horticulture master's degree from Clemson and has been doing this for 35 years. She did tell me that she thought the landscaping plan was way overdone. She's like, I hope you have a full-time master gardener on staff to tend to these plants because this is too much. So I don't know if we're, open to taking recommendations to scale it back or alter it a little bit. Obviously, we'll do whatever you guys want to do. But I was most impressed with North American. I'd love to get a quote from them and for the same thing that Providence provided as the add additional for completely redoing the beds and see if that comes in comparable. I'd be glad to get it from Brightview too.
I think you need to get it from all 3. The option of them digging out the hole and replacing it is not an option. So
Okay.
don't even give me that. I don't even
Alright.
look at that. I want them to redo the beds around Village Hall and the tree line.
Removal. What is the removing the plants?
Mhm.
Okay, so one thing I can tell you with that is I will not pay $2,000 for them to remove plants. Not doing that. If I have to go out there myself and pull those dead plants out by the roots, I will.
You gotta
I
send
am
a waiver
paying
for that.
$2,000 for those
Listen,
dead plants.
I'm not arguing with
So,
you. You're paying for it no matter what. It's just, they just provided it as a line item price.
No, I'm just
It's-
saying, that's
it's
a lot
built
of money
into the
for-
price of.
I mean, they gotta take a backhoe and dig all the soil out anyway, so.
So,
They've all got the same thing in there, just this line item.
They are also $8,000 more expensive than the rest of them for their base service.
All right,
So that's what I'm
let's-
saying.
let's-
$2,000 of it is part of that 8,000.
Let's just get redone quotes with the way that we want it. And make that decision when we have the information.
Okay, and why is it, okay, and then here's the other question that I have too is, okay, so everybody's got, well, Providence North American have cubic yards of mulch. One has 55, one has 62. And for pine straw, one has 220 bales, one has 40 bales.
Yeah, she's off on something and
There is a
Wasn't-
huge difference between 220 bales worth of pine straw coverage and 40 bales of pine straw coverage.
Right. Well, that's why I said I was more impressed with North American because she actually came out, walked it with me, asked questions. You know, Providence sends a guy out, takes some measurements or whatever, and then, you know, just throws it in the computer and gives me a quote. So they could be off.
I mean, they're really close. on
North
the-
American could be high,
But-
Providence could be low.
I mean, they're really close on the cubic yards of mulch.
Mhm.
Okay, that's within 7 yards. In an area this big, 7 yards is acceptable in the difference. But the difference between 220 bales of pine straw versus 40 is huge. And it should cover 60 square foot per bale. Okay, so we should be able to do the math and know who's inflated and who's not, or who's accurate or whatever.
Well, that's my question is, which is right? 40
I was
bales
in
or
the business. I
220
did it.
bales?
I did it.
I know, but which one's right?
60 square foot per bale coverage to get good coverage, not skimpy like was done by the builder.
Okay, so which one's right? 220 or 40?
Neither one.
You're saying 60 square feet per bale?
Per bale. So you got to measure the beds and see how many square feet is in the actual beds. And then come up with a number. I mean, that's just, and
Well, my square footage is clearly off
So
because
let
I'm.
me-
I'm
let me
getting
just ask
12 and a
this
half
real
bales.
quick, guys. You threw out a couple of things. One of them was removing the pine straw. So I don't even know if this discussion is relevant, if we're going to remove that as a portion of the final ask that we're asking for. Is there a consensus that we remove pine straw from the bids and we would just do that in-house?
I mean, I don't see why we
Do we-
wouldn't. That's part of our normal maintenance plan. So I don't see why they couldn't do it. They can get it done in a half a day. I mean, we're not talking like major stuff here.
So I guess I'm asking the group, would you guys like to see the bids come back with the pine straw itemized out, or would you like to see it not?
I need to know if staff can put the pine straw down. And then I can answer that question. Derek, is that something that staff can handle? Or would you prefer if they're just out here doing it, that we just have them do it?
I'm always going to prefer that if we're writing it into a package and if it's truly $280 to do the back line for pine straw, that, you know, we just have them knock it out while they're here.
If it's 2,000, then staff can do it.
Correct.
Okay, so let's find out what the actual numbers are. Get the quote with the pine straw in there. And then we can make the decision if we want to keep it in the contract or remove it from the contract.
And the formula for good coverage is how many bales per square foot?
It's 60 square foot per bale.
Okay, so we should be able to do the math by just measuring.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right, Christina, you had more questions?
No, we have to do out here for just general maintenance. We have to know how many bales we're going to use for general maintenance. It has to be freshened every year. So I don't know, did I give you an estimate on
Can I summarize what I think are the requests?
for the whole thing?
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, so, number one, we're gonna go back and amend the RFQ quotes, whatever we want to call it, to include a 1-year warranty on all plantings to amend all of the beds at a 6-inch depth. Take everything out, put topsoil back across every bed. That should also include the back tree line.
Yes.
Can I just add this so we don't get into this piss and match? Topsoil that's approved, because topsoil to one person is not, because they said this was topsoil and Andy and I disagreed right in front of him and he's like, that's what you get. And that's absolutely.
Topsoil that's approved by who or what standard?
Andy and Joe.
I don't know. I'd like to see where the topsoil's coming from.
Yeah, I mean,
Where
I
they,
can look at it, whatever, just, I want to know where they're getting it from, what
So
they're.
you want them to specify the source of topsoil or the type?
Yeah,
I just need to
has
be
to be
specific.
real topsoil. It can't be.
Specify
yeah. Not
So
just,
and type.
Just explain to them what our experience has been, the reason why we're asking this.
because you gotta remember,
Because we got duped by.
our developer, our builder, he brought in topsoil. And we looked at it and there was junk all through it.
So the next thing is to require them a 60 square foot per bale across all beds and itemize that cost out so that we could take it out if we feel that it's worthy of.
Correct.
So I just did that for the back line, the bales. I
Yeah.
just did that for the
Structure's
screening
going
line.
down the
Here
back
is
line
mulch.
And up by
Is
the,
that right?
yes.
Okay,
This
it's
is
not
mulch
going in.
here, and
Yeah.
we're doing mulch here, okay.
Yeah.
And that's,
Oh, no,
so
it's straw.
Yeah, pine straws.
it's, well, it is now. Do we want pine straw or do we want mulch?
I want mulch. I don't like pine straw.
Yeah.
Mulch. And I agree with you. Up around the building, we can go with mulch. That, these numbers are probably pretty close to accurate, somewhere in that, because you figure at about 2 inches of mulch. So you can do the calculations by the square footage at 2 inches and come up with cubic yards. But they're really close. I mean, they're $200 difference in price in that.
And to Andy's point, we shouldn't have a removal at all in there, because if they're removing the top 6 inches, they're removing the plants, correct?
Yeah.
So that's part of it. That's what they're gonna be doing, is having a small backhoe in there, bringing all this.
But,
in.
but the problem is with this, the current quote that we have right now, that's not what they were doing. So they're
I know.
going to charge us per plant, or, they were gonna have the removal cost in there because they weren't prepping the beds the way that we want.
One says included, the others.
So we got a consensus of what.
Keep going, Christina. You've got your list.
Yeah, I want to make sure this is specific because
Yeah.
we've got a lot of discussion going on right now and a lot of, so number one, insurance warranty 1 year for all plantings. Number two, amend the top layer of soil 6 inches down, including removal of existing debris materials with what's there, with an approved soil, and they need to specify the source and type of topsoil in their bid. Mulch will be everywhere that's a surrounding village hall. I don't know the standard there as far as cubic feet, but the standard for the pine straw would be 60 square feet per bale, and only the back tree line would include that. Is that correct?
Yes,
Is that encompassing everybody's desires?
yes.
Okay. Anything else? I know Derek had a question about modifications to the landscape plan. I assume y'all's answer is no to that.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned not charging for taking plants out. Was that a line item?
I already included that.
You did?
In the amending the 6 inches of the topsoil, they should also include the removal. Is that accurate?
Removal of the plants?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if they're removing the topsoil, the plants are gonna come with it.
The last question that I had is Derek, you had asked about modifications to the landscape plan based off of Brightview, North American?
North American, I would stick with our plan. If there are any issues with it, we can adjust as we go. We can always, I mean, if it becomes too much, I liked the plan, so I
Here's,
don't know.
we have two people on Parks Rec and Greenway who can help do this. Like we need some sort of, this is not gonna be a weekly thing for them, but like if they need to come in and like do some, I am sure that they would be happy to come in and help
Well,
do that. Or we can get a volunteer day to come in and do some stuff, but
this-
I mean, we approved the plan. We heard no, rumblings that it wasn't?
Look, those people on PRG have a lot of experience. I have a lot of experience. I don't see an issue with the plan. So, I'm not inclined to change
Okay.
anything.
That's fine. I just wanted to get that addressed. And then the last question I have is, does the need for any type of weed barrier need to be implemented in this scope?
This is an ongoing, it's part of the maintenance plan to put the pre-emergent on all plant beds and turf.
I'm talking about like a fabric weed barrier.
No.
Okay.
You use a pre-emergent that goes on the top of the mulch and that will keep the weeds down. It's not worth trying to put a weed barrier underneath it.
Okay. Are you good with your direction, Derek?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, let's break for lunch. Working lunch, though. Working lunch. 5-minute recess, go get
Yes,
food.
ma'am.
Shut the door.
And I've already got, for example, I've already. Lifeguards. So they're already, he's gonna, yeah, I want to try to get him to upgrade. But he was into it, but Coles, sometimes national night out. And I was like, I met the guy in person who I've been talking to this whole time. And he was frustrated because corporate office wouldn't give him support. Now he's like involved. I'm going, great, let's do it. I even told him, I even called him right there. And I said, let's do this Marvin Day, okay? So I know he'll want stuff, that I have to email. Thank you.
Thank you for ordering food, Jill. Onyx. Like, I don't know, kind of funny. But it's like a funny picture of somebody just acting like, and it's like, this is all chicken owners right now.
Eggs are, the hot commodity right now, some chickens are. Good shape.
Yeah, so.
You should
know,
sell
her
'em.
Sister probably owes me some royalty because of the rooster that I gave her. Helping her egg farm.
That dude is in heaven up there, by the way. He has like a 50 hen farm.
Yeah.
At his disposal.
I'm getting 100 speech thanks to him, so.
I don't know what they're doing. They're all probably huddled in the corner somewhere trying to stay warm. I don't know lay an egg something upstate New York. All they got is snow for them.
Does anyone else want a bunch of printed copies of our marketing sponsorship appeal letter and?
That's tough enough.
I'm good, thank you.
Greatest today. How's your reading?
I feel it every day when I try to use it.
My fingers were just stiff.
Beechwood, I sent the sales manager, asked him if they had any interest in supporting Marvin Day sponsorship.
Good.
See what's in for him.
Now, what business does, the guy in my neighborhood have?
He works from home, she works from home.
Oh, what do they do?
Then I come in conversation, we talked about trash, missing trash.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
But he's gonna sponsor Marvin Day.
I called him this morning. He said, yes.
That was, pretty open to discussion.
Hopefully I'll line up with both of them.
Perfect.
That clock in. Yesterday, and, I called back, I told her this morning. When I called him, just, I was having a playful conversation, and I basically.
Your mic off, ding dong.
I'm very fast. Gotta love going back and time stamping 8 hours worth of audio.
Changes.
So you're not approving, you're just saying if there's nothing wrong with them, that I'll put them. You don't need a motion for it. You just need to tell me to put them.
Just let him make the motion. He's gonna do it every time.
We're gonna put all these on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay. For the love of everything holy.
Next up, discuss and consider waive for 3 bid requirements for village purchasing policy with McConnell Grading Inc. to install 160 feet of sidewalk, 2 picnic pads, and an ADA handicap ramp at the Mark Garden Park.
So as you saw at the last council meeting, we did bring this to your attention. We said we'd go back and get some quotes. McConnell Grading is who we would use if we had our all-inclusive agreement in place. However, because, you know, we obviously have a lapse in coverage in that, we are asking to waive the 3 bid requirements. In your agenda packets, there's a total of $30,000 that's requested for this project. It does include 2 concrete pads for some picnic structures that Derek wanted to add. I did get those costs itemized out in case you wanted to pull that from the project. You don't have the itemized estimate in your agenda packets because I just received it not too long ago, but the concrete sidewalk is located in your agenda packets as it would be laid out. So it's 160 feet of concrete sidewalk, 4.5-foot sidewalk. That itemized out cost is around $12,000. The 2 concrete pads are estimated at $9,000. The ADA ramp is right around $5,000, and then the grading and striping is right around $4,000.
I'll just say, in addition to, I went back out there yesterday and looked at it. I think 1 pad in between the 2 trailheads would be better than 1 that can hold 2. I think just 1 ADA picnic table. 1 central pad might be the better option and should come out a little cheaper based on that.
Previous conversation, we both pads for now. Side of the and then because we don't know exactly how we're going to park out yet. To make their recommendation, in fact, they do have a recommendation and some other side of planning, so I think we wait on the pads. That's $9,000 each month.
I second the motion.
Hold on, where do you want to put them? Or the 1?
I would tee it off the sidewalk and put it right at the front of the park, front being closest to the parking lot. In between the 2 trailheads. The trail, you know, kind of makes like a horseshoe shape and has 2 entrances.
Yeah.
And it'd be centrally located.
Why do you have a picture?
Could also shift it to one side or the other and it kind of be
Oh, there it is.
a little more secluded, but
So the blue is the park, or is the pads?
mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm fine doing one because I don't think even if McAdams does something, it's gonna be right there. So I'm fine doing one pad, chucking the other one,
On the outside of the trailheads.
wherever you want to put it. Because they're not gonna put something right there by the sidewalk. If they decide to put something there at all. So I'm fine putting one pad and it will save some money. Christina, is this estimate, the pricing, would that be at the same like dollar per whatever that was in our contract?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's actually one that I asked the engineer and he said that everything was very in line except for the ramp. He said it was off. And I didn't ask specifics on that because it was $4,500 for the ramp. But everything else is in line.
What do you mean it's off? Like it's more expensive than he thought it should be?
He did not say one way or another. He just said it was way off.
I mean, way off, like, can we find that out? Because if it's way off, like, he thinks it should be $1,000 and it's $4,500, why is it way off? Like, I would hope that they would give us the same, like, pricing that we had in our contract, since we're getting ready to do the contract.
I'll ask him. I'm sending him a text, but I don't know if he'll respond immediately.
Okay.
So the only other option, if that's a problem, is we go out for bid and get three bids or another bid.
I mean, I would just like some clarification there.
Okay.
You know, way off, and that's definitely an issue. But it's still with the fact that we should not be.
2,500, he said. 2,500 versus 4,500. He said 2,500 versus 4,500. Now, the amounts that they gave for the 2,500 was back 2 years ago. So those are 2-year-old pricing.
Have they gone up $2,000?
Yeah, I mean, I can't answer that. I would assume yes, if that's what they're coming in as. I would, two things I just wanted to point out. This is obviously not budgeted, so just keep that in mind. We're gonna have to come back for a budget amendment or use some funding that's in the parks projects line item that we're gonna pull from that bay. I don't know if there's enough money there to fund both of them, but we may have to come back for a budget amendment for this, just so you know. It would be my recommendation would be a fund balance appropriation, because I think we're starting to run short on contingency. I would also probably put some level of buffer in here just for a contingency if something happens and they get in there and there's massive rock or roots, which I highly doubt, but just in case.
I mean, here's the thing, we have to do this and we can't wait and go out for bid, in my opinion. If you can go back and be like, hey, our engineer really thinks the ramp should be like closer to 2,500. Is there any way you can work with us on that? See what they say. If they're like, no, go, whatever, then I would, we have to do it. And if everybody's adamant about not having, the pads, I'm fine not doing it.
It's a third of the cost.
Okay.
Dropping the, like you keep reiterating, it's something we have to do. Sidewalks, we don't have to put it. It's tight on the budget and it's too unnecessary conditions. I think that's a third of the cost.
Okay.
We can always do it later, but
So if y'all want to, I'll take the direction and try to reduce that ramp if that's feasible, and work that in. But if you want to make a motion to approve it at 25, not to exceed 2,500, that's a 5,000 contingency.
25,000?
Yes, I'm sorry. Did I say 2,500? 25,000.
yeah.
All right, so I'll make a motion to waive the 3-bid requirement for the village purchasing policy and enter agreement with McConnell Grading Inc. to install 160 feet of sidewalk and an ADA handicap ramp at the Marvin Gardens Pocket Park not to exceed $2,500.
1,000.
25,000, geez, sorry, it's Christina's fault. And then that was stuck in my head, 25,000, sorry.
All right. Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? None opposed? Motion passes. Next up, we have open topics.
So I have one. I would like to remove the not a handicap ramp sign from out front because every time I pull in, I think I'm parking in a handicap spot and they look ridiculous.
I
And
just did that today.
people can, if you are handicapped, you can get up and down the ramps. They're fine. You're not going to get stuck, but they look stupid.
ADA trouble? It just appears that that's for the parking space.
It does. Every time I pull
Way
in,
it's
I'm like,
there.
oh, and then I'm like,
It's like it should be angled, either completely change the angle.
no, but they look ridiculous. Like, why have, like, they are fine.
I agree. The ramps meet federal ADA guidelines, so if they meet federal, obviously they get a wheelchair.
Yep.
State superseding that causes issues. I think you should be able to buy insurance, unless the insurance company says, hey, you've got to follow state guidelines. I think we can make those available.
We asked for forgiveness. Take them down.
Anything else
You guys good with that?
on open topics?
Are we good with taking them down? Consensus?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Bob?
No,
No? You want to leave it up?
no, I'm sorry. Thought you wanted, no, I want to take it down. We're good.
Will Yangerman?
Okay.
I was thinking of something about the other town hall we were in, and there was never any sign there. So, we're good.
Okay.
Anything else from any other council members? All right, moving on to communications. Monthly communications. What do you got?
So you got the draft, you got the monthly list in your packet. One thing that is not on here is some Marvin Day promotions. I'm going to be speaking with Jill soon, just to kind of come up with the basic strategy. And then I'm going to meet with my consultant and we're going to work out some very specific posts that we're going to start having go out on a regular basis, just advertising Marvin Day, our events, sponsorship opportunities and whatnot. Still got to iron that out. But
Great. Good
pretty-
job.
Pretty brief for next month.
These look fantastic. Okay. Everybody
All
have any changes, additions? Okay.
No? Moving on, coffee with council. We're looking at dates.
No, read it.
The brief.
So who was there 2 days ago?
That was Wayne and
Okay, did anybody show up?
0 people showed up.
Okay, there's.
And now the only comment I'll
be
make
brief.
is if we are going to have an open forum or something that we're inviting the community to come in and talk to all of us, we just need to be aware of what day that is and how it falls in line, because obviously it was so close to, it was the next day that we were having coffee with council, and obviously a little waste of
I
all of
apologize.
our times.
I would normally.
No big
call it,
deal.
I've just scheduled it on, we were scheduling the two different, we're scheduling meetings and coffee council on
Yeah.
different days. So I just missed it. I apologize.
Yeah.
Joe could have caught it.
Wayne,
It's
Wayne
okay.
and I had a lot of great discussions. About
It's not your fault.
history and
Joe could have caught it if he's that
And-
irritated about it. He's a big
And
boy.
the, Airbnb or whatever you have up in Pittsburgh.
just tolerating
And
her right now.
snowstorm coming in, checking that out.
All I'm doing is tolerating. Just for the record, I'm just tolerating the mayor pro tem at this point. She's just beat me up. She's taking all my questions. I whisper, I make a comment, and she's taking all my questions, making her look smart.
During the coffee with council, I did teach Joe how to use our conference room.
Yes.
Yeah, so I will be calling all of you.
Message.
And how to check email?
Did you get your message? Oh,
Joel left
apparently
you-
we don't answer phone messages. I
Joel
have
left
a
you-
message into you. He showed me how to use the conference calling and I left you a really nice message. Well, you missed out on a great lunch because I was inviting you to lunch, but it's too late.
Too late. Too late for you.
All right, moving on. Reports and updates, managers report. What you got?
Oh.
I'm assuming you're the manager.
You got your mic on? You gotta pull down close?
I do. So a couple of things. Let me pass out something for you all. This is going to be the last item, but I'll go ahead and start passing it down. Annexation, I'll turn it over to Austin for just a quick update on annexation.
So yeah, not much to update on for annexation. We still haven't heard back from the Chimneys. I'm gonna follow up with them. I'll probably do that tomorrow. Try to get a meeting in place. Just wanted to remind you all as you go into budget season and you're thinking forward about the next few years, be very careful when you're thinking about any future revenues from annexation. Nothing is set in stone. Any sort of future annexation efforts with the Chimneys will likely take place over the course of multiple years. So don't count your chickens before they hatch. We'll have a much greater discussion on annexation, probably in the fall as we get closer to 2024 as next year. We'll be able to once again resume involuntary annexations, and there's a referendum process associated with that. So we'll be going into that in much more detail later this year as we get closer to 2024. If you have any questions in the meantime about anything, let me know. I'm glad to walk you through any of the specifics of the annexation process for that. And if you come across any useful contacts, please let me know. We're always fine to start discussions with other neighborhoods.
Has the lady that came to the open forum reached out?
She has not yet. I gave her my card. She said she'd be in touch soon. So-
Okay.
But I'll let you know if anything comes of that.
Cool.
Okay, Christina, that's all I have.
Okay. Second thing I have is tulip coverage. At one of our last meetings, we were discussing liability for our facility rentals, primarily discussing us renting things from other people or us renting facilities so that we don't have additional issues like a stage collapse and we don't have coverage. I was mistaken that a tulip policy actually covers individuals that are renting our facilities. So it is something that we can offer if you guys are interested in this. It would basically be a cost that the renter pays for, and it would cover any type of damage if they were to, damage any of our equipment here. I can look into that further if y'all are interested in that, but that does not cover us. It covers the rentor. Any questions about that at all? Any desire to pursue that?
I mean, they have a security deposit. Being in the rental business, I have found that having a security deposit is way better than having the insurance. Because then you have cash on hand and the insurance company doesn't have an opportunity to deny it.
So going back to the real question, which was finding us coverage in the event that we rent something. Our insurance company says that we can add rental equipment to our policy as long as it is less than $50,000. But would they have to know in advance to cover that? So if we're going to rent stages on a frequent or those type of things, they just have to know the exact dimensions. There's a serial number that's associated with it. They have to know exactly what it is to insure. So we
when
can do that, but.
Sorry, go ahead.
But it is going to require a lot more work on our part to add those every time those come up.
What's the cost impact on us?
If it's 50,000 or less, it's, and the rental period is 30 days or less, then it's free. But if it's anything more, there is a cost associated. Typically, we don't rent anything more than $50,000.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
well, being free, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's worth it considering we've already had one issue.
Yeah.
Even though, again, I know we're going to talk about it.
Well, we do it right now with the light towers because we do that on the regular. So when we get that information, we send it over to the league and they insure it. That's the only thing that we regularly rent in any given year.
Like, there's a serial number on it.
or bin number or whatever.
Piece of equipment.
Yeah, like on the stage.
Yeah, there's when they build something of that nature, they're gonna put a serial number on it. They're gonna put a plate, dead plate on it somewhere, and you get the number from it. That's how it's identified in case somebody steals it.
So y'all want us to pursue
I
making
do.
sure? Okay. The next thing is flock coverage. So there was a question about installing some flock cameras around the roundabouts. The answer that I got back was there $2,500 per camera, $350 installation fee, and that $2,500 is only for 2 years. After the 2-year period is up, we have to renew it at another $2,500.
Can't you guys get some deer cams and throw up there?
My thought was to put a camera, get an encouragement agreement with Union Power and just put a camera, a remote that's wireless that ties into our system over there. And it looks this way. That was what my proposal was. I wasn't worried about doing flock and all that stuff. That's expensive. I mean,
I thought
we can
you
see-
wanted the roundabouts covered. Show us.
It will.
Okay, so then I will have to go back to our AV, not our AV people, but our security people to get a quote for what you're
Because
requesting.
The roundabouts, we need to monitor,
So if
like
somebody
if somebody
runs
tears
through
up
them,
our
then-
stuff, we have recourse. We put a lot of money in that roundabout. We want to be able to monitor it as well as the front yard, all of the property that we have to maintain. That's my standpoint. I mean, a byproduct is, yes, law enforcement can use it if there's something crazy, but it's mainly to protect our assets. The roundabouts are expensive.
Red light, those camera systems, there's companies that do that, but that's still running it out, but you're saying tie it into our own system?
Yeah, just put a wireless camera over there on a pole and
I get
tie it
that
to our
out,
system.
see if they allow it.
Just talk to our AV people or security people.
See if it's
And-
doable first, and then if it's doable, then we get an encroachment agreement from the
Okay.
power company to put it on their pole.
Or just put it on one of our trees out there.
It'll be on all 3 locations.
Well, I don't know if we can, if we could get it to that traffic circle or not, but
It's the same
I
issue.
understand. I'm just trying to figure out feasibility. Maybe we can point a camera that way, but I don't know if we can get enough range on it to.
What's the intent? Because right now our coverage actually covers this roundabout. Like I can see this roundabout from our cameras. So what would
You
be
could get you can get a plate number from a car that drives
I
through.
can't get a
That's-
plate number.
That's
Okay.
what we're trying to be able to identify whoever it is that does the damage so that we have recourse.
So
2 cameras, one going one way, possibly one going. and one-
You have a 180-degree sight, so you can see a car going in either direction. You get a plate number from it, a description and a plate. That's all you need.
Not necessarily.
So I don't know if, I mean, I'm not an expert at camera zoom ins and stuff, but I think maybe you're talking about a plate reader, which is essentially is the flock system. Because we could aim something from our property here out instead of having it on a pole and probably still be able to read it if it's a plate reader, I would assume. Out over here on one of the,
Aiming this way, you're trying to get a plate that's back here.
I'm talking about more like this over here.
I think maybe we need to do a little more homework with our AV people and see what capabilities there are with their cameras and then
Security people, not.
or security people. I mean, just see
Okay.
what's available and how good of coverage that they have. And
Okay.
then maybe we can make a better decision on what we want to put out there. How about that?
Yeah, you're gonna need 2 cameras.
Well, if we need to, but still, it's cheaper than a flock system. And we have the video, we have. Yeah, that was it. We didn't have a good description or a plate.
Plate reading, you're gonna need cameras from both of those.
I'll look into it and I'll report back. Next thing is the all-inclusive contract, which I've already given you information on that. Any questions on the all-inclusive? That's the concrete, miscellaneous concrete, asphalt. Okay. The Next to the last thing is the tire park. So apparently we have this really nice tire dump that's in Marvin Creek / Tullamore. It is on Marvin Creek HOA property. HOA, Marvin Creek. So what you have in front of you is the general location of where that park is located. I say park, dump. Where that dump is located, where you see the red X. No, This is all in Marvin Creek. You see that little red barrier that's showing you where Marvin Creek HOA property common area is. Pictures that follow are the actual dump itself. Bob Nunnenkamp came to me and was requesting some assistance in getting reconciliation of these tires. He has been working diligently to try to find someone to help clean it up. He's got some volunteers. He's also got Tullamore to contribute $500,000 to help. I'm sorry, not Tullamore, Marvin Creek, sorry. $500, sorry. I'm all over the place. $500.
Andy, we could do that for 500,000.
$500 from Marvin Creek. And they're basically charging, I think he found a company that's charging $3 or $5 per tire. So they just got to get the tires out to the road, and then the company will come pick them up for $3 to $5 a tire.
Bob asked me to jump in on this. We're estimating 2 staff people at 30 minutes to an hour to help him blaze a trail to this site. And then I've leveraged one of my relationships with one of the athletic teams at the high school as a trade-off to do a little service project to get them out there to help with the actual removal, setting up an assembly line and using some big, strong hands to pull those tires up. And we'll take the appropriate steps with volunteer liability waivers with them.
So the ask at this point in time is, number one, a few $100s to throw at the cost of the tire removal for the recycling for the company, what they're going to charge. Number two, what he's requesting, and that's man hours to kind of carve that path out to get to it, and then to do the volunteer work or the labor to get some of the tires out. We would get the hold harmless agreement signed by the HOA and by all the volunteers that we bring to the table.
So before we even go down this road, Hunter, is there anything in our ordinances about dumps within the?
Yes and no.
Of course, it's a yes and no because of the way all this is. So can you elaborate on that, please, sir?
And for this specific one, basically, if we received a complaint, the violation would be for the debris, the tires on the site. The property owner that would be held liable would be the Marvin Creek HOA.
Right.
If there was somebody dumping tires that wasn't a resident or something like that on their property, that's a civil thing. But we would ultimately have to hold the HOA account, responsible for the violation.
So has there been a violation sent to the HOA for this issue?
No,
No.
I just learned about this
He just became aware of it.
like yesterday.
Okay, because this is all great, but first of all, it's not the village's responsibility to clean it up. It's the village's responsibility to make sure it gets cleaned up. So why are we donating man hours, time and such when this is Marvin Creek HOA's problem? It's not, it should be more of our role to enforce it being cleaned up versus us cleaning it up. And them offering $500. I mean, this is not our responsibility. It falls on them. It's their property. So I don't know why we're ponying up for this. This is their problem.
I will mention, not that we can legally, if a nuisance was to be existed, kind of similar with the grass situation, have it abated and then either bill the property owner for the work and or then set a lien if the bill's not paid. So I mean, that's the only action that we would take to actually have it done from the village's end.
Right. I mean, but you could send them a letter and say, hey, you need to clean this up, and then we would, and then, if we had to, we would then enforce it by doing it and then recollecting. But our role here is to enforce that it get cleaned up and say, hey, Marvin Creek HOA, you need to clean this mess up. Not, hey, Marvin Creek, you want to throw us a little money? We'll go over there and take care of this for you. I don't see that as our role.
We could potentially make an offer to see if we can get volunteers for a role. That we can help them out. A flatbed trailer, I do. Happy, you got guys that are gonna physically put it up. Be happy to haul it wherever it wants, we dump it off and give it and send in the bill.
Let's take it to
I
another.
think we can get around that, but I don't think any of this should be on the board.
Can somebody tell me exactly how this started and who approached who about what and how this all shook out?
I think I know.
Oh, okay. Bob brought this up. Bob Nunnick brought this up, I want to say last year or year before last, but no action was taken at the time. I don't know what's happened recently. If you want to jump in.
Do we have the option?
Hold on.
I think
I
he
want the
sees
answer.
it.
Hold on.
I think he discovered it on some of his morning walks.
Okay, so then what did he do since discovering it? He did what next?
Brought it to Austin, I think,
Not me.
or brought it to us.
I just found out about it this week.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is the first time I've seen pictures and the actual thing. Bob did mention this to me. He said he was going to get pictures and never did. And so it's one of those things that then kind of,
Where exactly is this? I'm just what is the road? Is that?
At the guardhouse at Marvin Creek, right there.
This is the date.
So,
This is Tom Short.
I think it's just a PRG member addressing an environmental concern is what I gathered from my conversation with him.
That's accurate.
Two other things to note. Bob is meeting with someone here in the conference room next week about removing the tires. With meeting with like a nonprofit. It's also a discussion item on the next KRG meeting.
So basically what's gonna happen from,
just wait.
Confused too, where it
Yeah,
is.
this where,
so
Look, that's the guardhouse right there. It is over here. This is Tullamore. This is the roundabout that's all broken up. That's the guardhouse. It's over here.
Over here, so
No.
Palomar's over here.
I mean,
so for every pound of trash that
Look,
is
that's the guardhouse right
collected,
there.
there's a nonprofit entity that will donate a tree. I don't know if it's a pound or if it's 10 pounds or whatever it is. There's a ratio that they use. And so Bob has come up with a plan for us to remove these tires and in turn get an estimated 100 trees in return of the nonprofit organization that he's working with. So his goal is to remove all the tires and get 100 trees, and we figure out where to put the 100 trees from the removal of the tires. And that's probably the nonprofit group that he's meeting with to discuss.
Well, I have a different question. And Chaplain's probably, the developer is the one that's basically responsible because he has things he has to do and he has to.
So the developer has stepped out from the village a long time ago, so we would have to hold the HOA accountable at this point, not the developer.
yeah, the HOA would then, if they wanted to they would have to take civil action to the developer. Because
Okay,
the property has been turned over to the HOA. It is their responsibility.
so,
So the,
go ahead.
that's,
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go back to my original question. This still has not been answered yet. I know that Bob has talked about this in passing at a PRG meeting, that you can walk from Marvin Creek over to Tullamore across these tires. But when it rains, everything starts to then back up because the tires are in the way. I'm sure that's the reason he wants to get it cleaned up. I can appreciate that. But Bob has gone to who and where to talk to Tullamore, to talk to Marvin Creek, I'm with Andy. I don't even know how the village got involved in this. This is Marvin Creek's responsibility. And if I would have known that it was like this, again, this is not just a nuisance, but this is an environmental hazard that is stopping up that creek.
right.
So I need to know exactly what
the sequence of events is and like how we got from A to here.
So I can only tell you from their summary that Bob has identified it at some point in time, whether it was last year, this year, I have no clue. Bob has discovered it. He has had a conversation with Milan, who's the HOA president at Marvin Creek. That's where Marvin Creek and him got the $500, not 500,000. And the request from there came to Derek to help find a trail to get back to the area, knowing that they had some funding to get the tires recycled. So that's all that I can tell you.
So here's what I think we should happen. Now that it's discovered, there should be an official violation sent to, because it's on their property. We can't help it. It's on the HOA property. It is not a Marvin issue, but to Kim's point, it's an environmental issue that is in Marvin and it's on the property of Marvin Creek. So the first violation goes, or saying, hey, you're in violation, goes to Marvin Creek HOA and say, we'll work with you to figure out what's best and maybe guide you towards, volunteers or whatever that is. But not $1 unless we were volunteering ourselves, but not $1 should be coming from. This is like any other piece of property that, discovered or not discovered, it's discovered. It's an environmental hazard and it's on property that is not ours. It is Marvin Creek's responsibility.
Private property.
Yes.
It's no different than if there's a fire dump in my backyard. You guys are
Exactly.
writing me a citation to get
No
it cleaned
difference.
up. There's
No difference.
They
It
wouldn't
just
be
was
asking me to
discovered.
Clean it up.
Now, if Bob wants to work with Marvin Creek and Tullamore to get it cleaned up, that's his prerogative. That is absolutely fine.
Right.
And if they want to bring this to the village as like a, hey, help us organize some volunteers, I'm okay with that too. But and I'm not sure if that's what they're asking. Now, I don't think staff should be doing it because that is taking village resources and using it for one specific neighborhood. And we've talked about this, that we can't do that. Now, if Bob wants to work with both neighborhoods and say, hey, can you guys put out a volunteer call? We can absolutely do that. But I am shocked and like flabbergasted that this neighborhood, I can't even believe Tullamore is ponying up for this.
I'm sorry, I need to correct that. I've asked Tullamore. They have not committed. Marvin Creek is the only one
It's
that's
not
committed.
pay for anything. It should all be on Marvin Creek. It's on Marvin Creek's property. That is absolutely bonkers to me. And they are responsible for cleaning it up.
I think I know the answer to this question, but I just want to clarify it in a meeting. What if Bob asks that Marsh contribute money to that?
That's not a.
Doesn't affect the
Is that
village.
If Bob wants to pursue this in the pursuit of getting trees out of a cleanup effort and it be a voluntary cleanup effort, and he wants to work with the HOA to do it, then the HOA needs to facilitate the money because it's on their property and work with Bob and Marsh if that's what they're trying to do. But the village our only responsibility in this is to enforce the fact that it gets cleaned up because that's our job, period.
Right.
Now, if Bob wants to try to get trees for the village and he's like, hey, guys, can you spare some volunteers? Absolutely. But the village is not paying to do that.
Exactly.
Marvin Creek is going to pay to do that.
So-
Whatever it costs to get rid of them.
So to be clear, I think what I'm hearing is the marching orders are we have to have an official violation notice sent to Marvin Creek and a demand on it being cleaned up. Where they go from there is up to them. And we have some resources, but not necessarily in the matter of, if Bob wants to help, that's fine. But because we just discovered this and I'm seeing it for the first time, and I've been back in these woods on these trails, and they did not, correct me if I'm wrong, they did not want to connect their trails with, back in the day with, Tullamore. And, because they just didn't want to do it. That's fine. But either way, this is on their property. It's environmental hazard. We were just made aware of it as of today for me. So marching forward, just an official notice that, and then it's not going to be, oh, we're going to offer $500. No, you're going to get it cleaned up. Or we, at the end, we go in and clean it up ourselves and then send them the bill.
So I think we've got our marching orders from a code enforcement standpoint. I think the consensus is no staff time committed to creating this trail. Nothing committed from a village standpoint. I think we're good to go.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else on manager's report?
Yeah, I do have one more thing.
Hold on, I want to, who is going to have this conversation with Bob?
I'll
Because
have
he's not going to be happy.
I'll have it with him.
Okay, and he needs to realize that if this were village property, absolutely, we would be taking care of it. We would be supplying staff. We would be addressing it. But unfortunately, it would be like us trespassing, coming onto Andy's property to clean up his tire dump in his backyard.
And be held liable potentially.
It's the same thing.
So
Yeah.
the next thing I had on the, I didn't have it, but you guys had mentioned, or the engineer had mentioned that Valhalla Farms was not on the list, that was recently awarded. I have sent DOT an email and they actually do them in segments. So this is one of the 3 contracts they're awarding this year. Valhalla Farms is still on the list to be done this year. It just hasn't been done in the first month. It'll be done in the second month.
Great, that's good news, because Philip was like, yeah, they weren't on there.
Yeah.
But then that will take that $2.5 million
Yes.
down to probably like 2.2, 2.3, which again, every little bit helps. So, I mean, that's, so we just need to note that for when we start playing around with it in the February work session.
Okay, moving on. Planet.
I have one question for Christina, since we're in the manager's report. Austin, you want to do something about that? I don't know if you need to. Christina, from when the, and Jill, you may have to answer this question, but I'm going to ask Christina because it's in manager's report. The unassigned fund balance spending that we have, like we have a large chunk of change, but we need to keep in turn with our peers. So how much can we spend out of that fund balance without going below that peer threshold?
So the
Since he
peer
gave us
thresh-
it was like 63%.
So the peer threshold was 63%. Pretty sure that was a part of fund balance, not unassigned fund balance, if I remember correctly. So it would be, our fund balance was right around 3 million. It would be 63% of that is what we would want to keep.
Was it all of fund balance? I thought it was unassigned fund balance.
Let me, I've got my notes right here.
Yeah, I thought it was unassigned. I thought that was, we were at 103% of our unassigned fund balance.
So what,
And our peers were at 63%, but according to the league, we're at 173% of what they require because of their formula.
So does that mean we have 73% that we can spend of the 1.6?
so our total,
Very confused. That's
Yeah,
why I just want to
yeah.
know.
so our total fund balance is 3,042,522.
3 million.
Yeah.
42.
Our unassigned fund balance does not give an exact dollar amount, but I remember it's 1.6.
And change.
So when I wrote down 63% on the reserves where he was talking about general fund, which is fund balance, it just says fund balance. It doesn't say unassigned.
I would like to know, and whoever we need to get this answer from, how much of the
It does say
unassigned fund balance that we have can we spend without going past that peer threshold?
So it does say, I'm sorry, it does say unassigned. There's a little note at the bottom. So if you could just calculate 1.6 times 64% and then whatever the difference is. The fund balance is also used for cash flow as well.
It's actually 47.
you gotta-
Do it the other way.
do the-
37%
Yeah.
of the 1.6 is what.
Is
we
how much we
feel.
can spend.
Yes.
63% is what we, here, let me see.
Yeah, so you go 1.6
Okay,
minus.
so roughly
63%.
600,000.
Okay,
Times
I'm not saying we're gonna get
37%.
there. I just wanna, I don't wanna start, it be like 1.4 and we start bumping up against it as we do some of these Band-Aids we need to do.
The other thing too is I was talking to our CPA last night and she was saying, because I was telling her of all the excitement. Sorry. Talking to the CPA last night about all the excitement we had about the money and unassigned fund balance that we might be able to spend on various things. And her response to me was, well, let's make sure that we are careful to note that because we are on an accrual accounting system and not a cash accounting system, it doesn't necessarily mean that we've got like 1.6 million in cash just sitting there to be spent. So I will have to have another conversation with her about that, but that was just something that she tossed out there, like, and she and I are working on getting all of these kind of hard numbers so that
Okay,
we're
good.
no longer going to be doing manual tracking of numbers on spreadsheets, and we're going to be using our accounting software to do all this. That's the goal. So I just want to put that out there.
So you're gonna work
So
on
doing the
getting us
math-
that number.
Yeah.
It comes up to 592,000.
So I think, I mean, to her point though, it goes back to, it's for cash flow purposes as well. So just another example to give you to illustrate what she's kind of referring to is that we charge for solid waste this year we have fronted the cost of solid waste as we're going on until we start getting in tax revenues. So from July 1st through December, we have taken the dollars out of our savings account to pay for everyone's solid waste bill because they don't pay for it until July or January.
It's the same thing with the grant funding. We have to pay
Yes,
for it up
yeah.
front and then we get reimbursed. So we have to have that cash on hand. And I get that. I'm not saying we're gonna go out and spend it. I just, I want to know the number that we should not start pushing up against.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
And it helps with your
$1 million
recommendation.
basically is the number that we should not start pushing up against.
Which one?
1 million. Okay,
Yeah.
that has to stay at 1 million in unassigned fund balance.
Yeah.
Above that.
For the peers.
Yes, for the peers. And I think that where you're kind of, or at least this is what I'm thinking, is that year 3 that we're looking at for our shortage in Powell bill funding, that $500,000 that we have to front. I think this cushion may be the answer to find that $500,000.
Well, I mean, again,
And it'll be
there-
padded a little bit by the time it gets there.
yeah, but again, yes, I think we can probably use some of it, but we're not going to want to use all of that for that because we're still going to need the cash flow numbers for doing these big projects that we do get reimbursed for. But yes.
Yeah, because that's what I'm really worried about as we're coming up on that, because we've got, 2 years before we're short in Powell bill funding?
Yeah.
And where
yeah.
that 500.
3 years.
It's a little bit more than 2.
Yeah, because there were
Because
some
that's
numbers that
that,
were.
well, that's that match, right? That's that grant match, is that 500,000 that we're talking about, correct?
Yeah, but
Yes.
they had done some numbers wrong and said there was a little bit more money in there than we had originally thought, right?
Yeah, and I do have another update too that you guys will have at your next meeting. I was trying to get the infrastructure grant that we got from the legislator, $150,000 approved to give Hunter for the sidewalk. I had some questions about it because it's grant funds, matching grant funds, and a lot of times they don't like that commingling activity to happen. We did get approval this week that we can do that. So we are amending our Powell bill tracker sheets, and we're also, you'll see a budget amendment at the next meeting to appropriate that money into his phase 1 and phase 2. So we don't have to worry about Hunter for 2 years, 3 years.
Yes, and no.
I'm just trying to keep the eye on the
Because-
ball because
well-
we're kicking it down the road 2
Yeah.
years, but we still got to pick it up at some point, so.
Yeah.
um,
Well, and Hunter's DOT people are talking, we're gonna get this project done quicker, hopefully.
Yeah, I'll talk about my update.
Yes. And no. Okay, you done? Okay, I'm done.
All right.
Hunter's up.
Moving up, on
So
Hunter.
Up and on.
As Kim stated, I have had some conversations with our local, contact for the local project administration, basically for what the Marvin Loop would be. Basically, we get kind of just caught up. He has it scheduled basically for the construction to be leaded next fall, just based off his tentative timeline. Now, once again, all that's contingent upon what we have to send to the feds. Like, for example, I still have not gotten the funding authorization. I emailed our state contact in Raleigh about that yesterday, just trying to get an update, but I went into the portal, it's still saying waiting the Federal Highway Administration approval. I did send our RFQ to our local coordinator just to maybe get some direct comments and stuff from him. But once again, once we get that local, or once we get that funding authorization, the RFQ will be ready to go. So once that's posted, he basically said, depending on any type of environmental snags and stuff, that we would potentially be done with our construction documents and everything and have them approved by DOT in probably mid to late fall this year. And then we would start with the right-of-way acquisition. I looked at that. There was about, from I think the initial conversations that Rohit had, out of like 13 or 15 of the properties, I think pretty much all but 5 said they would be donated. One of them that said they wouldn't be donated would be banks. I think we have some ways to potentially get them to donate that right away. So the goal would be, if they're donating the right away acquisition and all that stuff will not take as long. And with that being said, once we have all the right away, we'll be able to move forward with construction. So tentatively, we could be starting next fall. Other than that, I think that's all I got. I think. Unless you guys have any. Oh, but last thing I'll mention is, since we were talking about Pablo and stuff, we should have either an update at the February council meeting or the February work session if we got approved by CRTPO on the roundabout for Waxhaw Marvin and Bonds Grove. So that will definitely think about funding long-term if we do have that approval. We should know we should know by the end of February, because I'm pretty sure it's the February CRTPO meeting, which will probably be after council, but before the work session. Yeah, so fingers crossed, but once again, if we get that, then we'll start moving forward and working with the county on that, but that will require us to commit some funds over the next 3 to 5 years for that project.
Okay. I have a lot. Okay. So we're going to move forward with the brand implementation. And I will work on a branding FAQ. Might not be until early March before I do that, just because there's a lot to do in the meantime. I will speak with our AV vendor next week about smart blinds, and we'll talk about dimmer switches. Let's see, Derek is going to wait to see if McAdams has any recommendations for the pocket park, and then if not, we'll proceed with planting Bermuda seed in May. We have our direction on the bike racks. Derek will get updated quotes with the redone beds, including the back tree line. I won't recap all that, but we have our marching orders there. We'll remove the not a handicap ramp signs out front. I'm going to follow up with the chimneys. Christina's going to look into how much of the unassigned fund balance can be spent. Christina and Hunter will work on the tire dump. Hunter's going to issue the notice of violation. Christina's going to have that conversation with Bob. Christina's going to meet with Security 101 about adding into our security system for coverage at the roundabouts. And Christina is going to look into event coverage for when we're renting other facilities. So we have those assets included on our insurance.
Not other facilities.
Like in
a stage.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I
Okay.
meant to say. Yes.
I have asked you multiple times, can you please retitle this agenda item?
I have to change the rules of procedure technically.
Come on. Okay. All right. You ready? You ready?
Hold on. I gotta get the list.
God, do you remember when we went through trying to do like?
While you're
Read
checking
the
on that real
agenda.
quick, one point of clarification on that hydraulic study that's down at the bottom. I don't think you guys asked me for another hydraulic study. We're going to have that as a part of McAdams' recommendation. So I think that's slightly,
Okay, I can take that off.
do y'all remember that?
Where do you see it? Oh,
Third one down?
yeah, you were going to.
McAdams is looking into that and making that part of their recommendation for whatever.
Yes, but what we had said was if we don't end up doing Village Hall, then
Okay.
we weren't gonna, be like, well, we think we were gonna get a true study. So we just need to wait and see.
Okay.
Like you can kind of retitle that one.
We'll
Wait,
reword that one.
Yeah.
My understanding was it was if, we want to have a secondary study done to at least have a second opinion on what DOT said from their study.
That's what yeah, McAdams is doing that. We'll work on that language.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you can move voluntary annexation, just put that ongoing instead of January.
What's that?
Third one,
Okay.
2022, third one down. Fourth one down, irrigation put on hold.
Put on hold. Okay, hold.
Have you gotten a price for the VM?
I have contacted the vendor, I haven't heard back yet. I just told him, hey, we like the design, we'd like to move forward, just please let us know what estimated quote is, so I can get that to finance for approval.
Okay. Hunter, do you have beer and wine trucks for Marvin Day?
I've now reached out to 5 different breweries, 3 different vendors. Haven't heard anything back. I've even sent follow-up emails. So I'm still working on that. I sent a lot yesterday, and my goal is if I don't have anything back by tomorrow, I'm going to start making calls.
Okay. You can complete the research for event coverage because Christina's going to take care of that.
110 Women's Center.
That's
Yeah, you can complete that. What's up with, did you talk to NCDOT about allowing Marvin to prohibit buses and stop on Marvin School Road?
No, I'm still working on that.
Okay. Have we heard back from the school when you told them that this was their jam and they need to figure it out?
No, other than what I got back from the transportation director that they're not doing anything.
Okay. And you told them that we're not doing anything either?
I haven't not told them that, no.
Okay. Because in that letter, they asked us to do it, so I just didn't know if
Yeah.
we needed to tell them we weren't going to.
I was waiting to see what DOT says before I.
DOT is going to say no.
Liability would go to.
I know. Renewal, okay, you can complete the renewal. Oh, no, we don't have the renewal contract. Move that to the, is that coming in the February meeting? The all-inclusive contract, Christina?
No, that all-inclusive would be the RFP that we were talking about earlier that's
Okay,
gonna
so
come
we
back
can
in.
push that past the January work session?
Yes, it would be like April.
April, put April there. Progress, ADA improvements, we've got the quotes for the ADA improvements on the park at Park, you can complete that. Towns of Ardrey Park, Deathridge and Nestor. It is, but that's why it says in progress, and it's still in progress. I don't know. Oh, yeah, because we did Village Hall first and then we did the screening. Yeah, yeah, you can combine those two. All right, Deathridge and Nestor.
I've tried to reach the lady that I got, Hunter, about attending the meeting at, with the HOA. I have not heard back anything. I will, same thing, and I will.
Okay.
I am going to email her at least to try, not necessarily maybe going, like, I think I mentioned this to you, Kim, about maybe not going for it all, but at least trying to get just right now an easement for connection for Tullamore Phase 3, just to at least potentially then start conversations that way. Because I know that's a project that Derek's working on, but then, like I said, I hope if they kind of agree to hear us out on that small ask, then potentially that can snowball into the bigger.
Sounds good.
You don't work on Friday. Do you have a problem if I walk over and knock on a few doors? Okay.
Knock away.
Well, there's one door that every time I've gone over, I knock on this one person's door. And he knows me now, so, and the dogs know me, so.
Perfect. You can stop at all the commercial along the way and see if they want to be Marvin Day sponsors.
It's not the who's there, it's who owns the property.
Well, we gotta, yeah, but if it's a business, they can do it.
Correct me, Hunter. It has to be the property owner that requested, not the tenant to be annexed.
No, I'm talking about being a Marvin Day sponsor.
Oh, being a mom.
Yeah,
I think Andy should.
they should, no kidding. Somebody should stop there. The nail place, the boxing place, Rosati's, they love us. We always order from them.
They,
Oh, no?
they're not generous at all.
Okay, well then we will not be ordering from them.
They say
Okay.
no every single time.
Do they know how much money we spent with them?
I even reached out to them to see if they wanted to donate pizza to like National Night Out. We were trying to figure out if we wanted to grill hot dogs and burgers.
Oh, they said no? Okay.
Ghosted me. No response.
Okay, no more pizza from them.
Okay.
From them much.
Thank you.
Good.
Tell my wife, we don't
Good,
go
yeah.
there anymore.
Yeah, don't go over there anymore. Okay.
Did you?
We're done. Adjourn. I can't see. Oh. I want to thank the staff and the one that just newly promoted. And the police officers are not here, so. And I do want to also thank the rest of the council people, persons and everyone else that's been here and put the time in lately. That's all.
I'm good.
I think we had a fantastic retreat, that we just came off of. Just great to be in a different location, different space. Great back and forth. That meeting with Alexa, mayor, and Wes, mayor, discussed, super, probably different things, but I saw them both at the TRT meeting. Suggested we get together. They're concerned. Also met Brian Nelson. I guess you're listening. It's a little bit of deer headlights on. I mentioned about the approval that's coming up, but technically it hasn't been discussed with the county commissioners, but I shared a little bit with the county next door. Let's see what else. Most of them, yes. From so yeah, so what's running to us. But I made a comment. Taxes are both being so. And then finally, we had a nice little meeting with the Girl Scouts. Some of the best questions I've had. Kim set it up, Girl Scout troop, and great meeting, and I told them some Andy's ice cream because one of the guests, 11 people would show up for a meeting, kind of inform them, they were more informal, most of the community is never here asking a lot of questions. So it's a great meeting. Anyways, with that, I'm going to ask to go into the closed section. So those are all the reasons. Oh, yes.
Since we did it earlier? Okay, I'll make a motion to recess into closed session pursuant to NCGS 14331.8.1356. Review of closed session minutes, consult the attorney to preserve attorney-client privilege, instruct the public body staff concerning position to be taken on public body and negotiating the price and other materials of contract or proposed contract for acquisition of real property identified as parcel 062310001A owned by CH Nesbitt LLC by purchase, option lease, exchange, and to discuss personnel. No, that's all of them.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So we're moving into closed session.